a gleam, men. There's a gleam. Let's get the gleam, all right? Let's go.
I would never intentionally hit somebody with a baton in the head. It would look intentional. But I wouldn't do nothing like that ever. I would never inflict pain on anybody. I'm not that type of person. I would never do that to nobody. You have to believe me. Why would I do that to somebody? If you look at the footage, you will see that I'm innocent. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that type of, I'm not a monster.
We have to get out and go do for self in our own communities.
So, okay, so define do for self.
When I say do for self, you shared one of my tweets, my videos, and I was actually a big fan of yours, but you shared one of my tweets when I said black people need to stop begging the government and go and do for self out in our communities. You shared the video and called me an idiot. I didn't see anything idiotic about that statement at all.
So when you say do for self, like what? Explain that.
Okay, for example, here in Albany, Georgia, we complain about our school systems a lot. Many of our young men can't read. They have very horrible literacy rates. We don't have any rehab programs here for juvenile offenders. What I decided to do, I started a program 2 years ago, decided to do for self, and I started taking children into my home. I started taking custody of kids from juvenile court, and I started molding them and training them and teaching them skilled trades, etc. Now I'm 21 years old. I just purchased a school here in Albany, Georgia, to combat us being in the government-funded schools that are not teaching our children what they need to learn. So that's what I mean by do for self, simply getting up and going out and do it.
So
I beat the stereotype that I'm young, black in America, and I can't do anything because somebody's holding me down. Absolutely not.
So a question.
Teenagers went and go ahead. Me and some teenagers went and bought a school, and we just bought a school bus simply from going out and doing work. We decided to go fix our own communities. I'm not expecting anything from no politician. I'm not expecting nothing from Donald Trump, Joe Biden, or nobody. We're going to go do it for ourselves, and that's what I believe we need to be doing. I can vote, sure, but nothing's going to change in our community.
So you went to...
This to my left is Sheldon Daniels, and this to my right is, well, unfortunately, you probably recognize that face. Yes, that is indeed Jasmine Crockett. Now, Sheldon Daniels is an accomplished young man. He is not only a lawyer with his own practice, but he is now running for a seat in Congress against Jasmine Crockett. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. However, Sheldon Daniels is also a representation that the left is not actually the party of equity and inclusion, so long as that inclusion is of a Republican. Because you see, Sheldon Daniels is not getting any of the same support that a Jasmine Crockett is, even though he is far more accomplished and ready to do the job and will serve his people in a way that Jasmine never knew. Yeah, as a matter of fact, he is getting harassed online for running on the Republican side of the aisle. Yeah. So much for diversity.
But you're wearing a fucking dress and you've got a dick. I'm sorry. Get it together, sir.
If you haven't watched the news, you're missing out. Megyn Kelly went apeshit on Tim McBride.
Sarah McBride is a man.
The Republican Party is obsessed with culture war issues. It is weird.
She sounds hideous.
Well, she's a guy. So.
My name is Tim McBride. I'm
chicks with What? See, I called Tim, Sarah, whatever it is, out earlier this week, and the mainstream media is finally catching on. It is fantastic to hear Megyn Kelly take this stance, because women are the most impacted by this charade. Little Timmy is parading around Washington, D.C., trying to pretend as if he's an outspoken, powerful, successful woman that represents women's rights all across the country. In fact, some would argue that Tim is suffering from a mental illness, and instead of seeking treatment, is seeking a outlet like this where fame and a national presence fills the void of legitimate treatment. Good job, Megyn. Keep calling this motherfucker what he is.
direction. That 44%, you say right direction, that's up since November. And if that doesn't seem like a lot, the last time it cracked 40%, you got to go back to 2012. The last time it actually hit 44 or higher, January of 2004. So a lot of this is Republicans, but independents, that number is also up since the election on the direction of the country.
This is why I am anti-Jasmine Crockett, and I'm going to stay on this hill. The debauchery of that Shade Room interview just confirms why the presence of people like Jasmine Crockett is problematic for our society. The host thought it was appropriate. She thought it was appropriate to literally say, ah, mid-interview. She said, accused me of trying to erase one of her lived experiences because she has a brother who was wrongfully accused or convicted of a crime. Tried to say that I was trying to erase it. And I promptly said, that's not what I'm trying to do. And she said, ah. It's the fact that you thought that was appropriate. It's the fact that you literally said you were working. Yet you thought it was appropriate to a guest on your little show. Your little show. And then for the other guest who was on there with me to bring up my following, like I care. This is not my job. This page literally just grew to this point in a couple months. This is not my job. It's a page that grew on its own. I'm grateful for it, but I don't care what the following size is. You all DM'd me. You DM'd me, Chewbacca. And then for Chewbacca to go live after and say, I have white people hair. When the host literally had Indian woman hair on her head. The thing I will never understand is black women telling me I have white people hair and that I want to be like a white woman when my hair is mine. And when it gets wet, it curls right up because I have natural black woman hair. But then they sit literally in front of me, some of them with platinum blonde wigs on, and tell me that I want to be picked, that I want to be chosen, that I want to look and appear white. Take your weave off then. You know why I don't bring up black women wanting to be white when they wear weave? Because it's just a hairstyle. But apparently when black women see me and my hair, and because I'm a conservative, I am now trying to be white presenting. Why aren't you trying to be white presenting? But yes, as I said, this is why the Jasmine Crockett's are very, very much so problematic, because black women then think that they can be in professional settings and mid-interview. How ghetto.
Because Trump bad. Trump bad.
I'm sitting up here talking and my mic is muted. Welcome to Open Panel Dual Stream Monday. I am your host, Tix, Joined here with AB Media. What's going on, bro?
Hey, what's going on?
Doing all right, doing all right. Lewis will be joining us shortly. You know, taking care of a little home business. And, well, you know, Charles is always on Charles's time, so it is what it is. I'm still laughing at how people are trying to defend the guy who is a terrorist. Oh, there he is. What's going on? What's going on?
What's going on?
You good? You ready?
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, this guy was pushing, I mean, I get it. Anti-Semitism, that's an anti-Semitic, well, that's a Jewish problem. But the thing about it was that he was promoting violence while also engaging in wanton destruction of property on a college campus, you know, inciting violence while on the green card. I'm sorry, but as a Palestinian who has people chanting Hamas slogans and using Hamas language, battle cry language, and wearing Hamas gear, I'm sorry, bro, you get deported.
Yep.
You get deported. Matter of fact, let me see. I have his deportation video. Well, I have his arrest video. Would you all like to see it?
Yeah.
Why not?
Under arrest. So turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around.
Okay,
Stop resisting, stop resisting.
Okay, he's not resisting. He's giving me his phone, okay? He's not, I understand, he's not resisting.
Put your arm around. Don't worry about it. You're going to have to come with us. Don't worry. I'm coming with you. Don't worry. No one's resisting. No one's getting worked up.
You guys really don't need to be doing all of that.
It's fine.
حبيبي كيف بدي اتصل فيك؟ Okay. Hi, Amy. Yeah, they just like handcuffed him and took him. I don't know what to do.
Had your lawyer on speed dial, did you? That's very interesting.
And what should I do? I don't know.
Nothing you can do. Except ask where they taking them.
Nor. Let me ask. Can we get a name, please? Of can we get your name? I understand the lawyer is asking for your name.
Over there. No, we don't give our name.
The lawyer's asking for your name. He's saying they don't give their names.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They'll be taken to immigration custody at 26 Federal Plaza.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
They'll be taken to immigration custody at 26 Federal Plaza.
She said they're taking him to 26 Federal Plaza. Can you please specify what agency is taking him, please? Excuse me. They're not talking to me. I don't know.
Were you not listening? What's up, Audrey?
Excuse me. The lawyer would like to speak to somebody. Oh my God, they're literally running away from me.
Because you're inconsequential. She's inconsequential. She's inconsequential. Like, who are you? What's this?
Under arrest. So turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around.
My bad. Let me remove that. There we go. Who do y'all think? Is he justifiably able to be deported?
Yeah, if you're pushing Hamas.
Yeah, because I remember when all that stuff was going on last year, and I'm like, I was like, this is an American campus. You're on American grounds. Why are you letting the Palestinians who hate America because America funds Israel, why are you letting them protest on your campuses all across the United States? What are you doing? You wouldn't let Iranians do that. You wouldn't let Russians do that. So why are you letting Palestinians do that? You all right there, Lewis?
I was setting everything up. My bad. Sorry I came late.
Oh,
Well,
no, you
you
good.
know, I was in the Royal Palace.
Post the link here. Let's we're gonna get into some Pam Bondi. I'm sorry, some Karoline Leavitt, the sniper.
Oh yeah, she came off the top rope today.
Yeah, I saw like a couple of snippets, but I didn't see the whole thing. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna let her answer the question and we'll comment on it. You guys ready for that?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Because you guys are silent on terrorists. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Happy Monday. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I see a lot of us are very festive in our green. Peter Ducey, I like it. First today, I want to address the devastating tornadoes and storms that have impacted many states throughout the South and the Midwest.
By the way, Albert, that's why I didn't come back that night. Remember, I got the storm warning when I was on your stream?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, shortly after that, my internet was gone.
Wow.
So Georgia got
I just went to bed.
Georgia got affected?
Yeah, a tree fell over on the lines. So I had no internet. I had no cable, no nothing. I had lights. I couldn't watch any TV. So I just went to sleep.
And these knuckleheads on the so-called left were wishing harm on people in the South because of these tornadoes. Yeah.
Well, they're violent racists, violent degenerate racists. So, y'all ready? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
This morning, more than 40 innocent lives have been lost and many communities have been totally destroyed. The president has been actively monitoring the situation, and the Trump administration is engaged with governors and local officials to restore affected communities and livelihoods. Everyone impacted is in our prayers, and President Trump is fully prepared to assist state and local officials as they recover from the horrific damage. The president has had a very busy weekend, making our country and the world a much safer place. President Trump ordered decisive military action against the Houthi terrorists in Yemen. These Houthi terrorists have engaged in piracy, violence, and terrorism against American ships for years under the Biden administration, costing billions of dollars and putting innocent lives at risk. Joe Biden's pathetic weakness invited these unacceptable attacks. But there's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Donald Trump. And the world is officially on notice. America has a commander-in-chief whose peace through strength approach is unwavering and should not be tested. As the president said, no terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing throughout the world. Houthi terrorists and their Iranian backers should not cross President Trump again, and the president has made that clear today.
So apparently, from what information given to me was that Russia wanted, as part of the peace agreement, they wanted America to stop attacking the Houthis. My thing is, if you want me to stop attacking the Houthis, just like I want you to stop attacking the Ukrainians, pull your Houthis back. If they're your people, pull them back. Pull them back. They need to go past, at least be either in Iran or past Iran's borders. Pull them back. Deal?
True.
Mm-hmm.
You keep your dog, you keep your attack dog in check, we won't have no problems.
Exactly. keep your German shepherds on the board. We won't release the wolves.
Yeah. Also, can we say this? Donald Trump is making baseball hats popular again.
Yep.
At least them red ones, they're definitely coming back.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
On another important matter, President Trump signed a proclamation invoking the Alien Enemies Act regarding the invasion of the United States by the foreign terrorist organization Tren de Aragua. At the president's direction, the Department of Homeland Security carried out a counter-terrorism operation deporting nearly 200 violent Tren de Aragua terrorists, which will save countless American lives. Thanks to the great work of the Department of State, these heinous monsters were extracted and removed to El Salvador, where they will no longer be able to pose any threats to the American public. Tren de Aragua is one of the most ruthless terrorist gangs in the world, and they are responsible for some of the most heinous crimes that have occurred in our nation's history in recent years, including the savage murders of beautiful Laken Riley and Jocelyn Nungre. President Trump promised Laken and Jocelyn's families during his campaign that he would demand justice for their beautiful girls, and that's exactly what he did. As the president acknowledged during his inaugural address on January 20th, he pledged to invoke this act, and he has no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions. President Trump will continue his historic efforts to seal the border and prevent these illegal invaders from coming here in the first place. As the New York Times is acknowledged over the weekend, President Trump's policies are working. Here's how the Times summed it up. Illegal crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border are down to their lowest level in decades. Once crowded migrant shelters are empty. Instead of heading north, people stranded in Mexico are starting to return home in bigger numbers. The border is almost unrecognizable from just a couple of years ago, when hundreds of thousands of people from around the world were crossing into the United States every month in scenes of chaos and upheaval. This is the Trump effect in action. And again, those are the words from the New York Times. We didn't need a border security bill. We just needed President Trump. All of these actions taken together are contributing to a wave of optimism about the direction of our great country. According to brand new polling from NBC News, more registered voters say the United States is heading in the right direction than at any point since early 2004. Americans support President Trump's common sense approach that's getting our country back on track in record time. Meanwhile, the president's critics can't say the same. That same new NBC poll also found that the Democrat Party has reached an all-time low in popularity. It turns out when you let your hatred of President Trump get in the way of doing what is best for America, the people reject you. Who would have thought? Joining us today in our new media seat is Kelly Meyer. She is a White House correspondent with News Nation. News Nation started in 2021 and is one of America's fastest growing cable news networks with a focus on news for all of America. It's part of a larger ecosystem, Nexstar, which is home to News Nation, the political website The Hill, the broadcast network The CW, and local Nexstar stations. With that, kick us off, please, Kelly.
All right, so before they get started, let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. The Democratic, what's up, Jibba? The Democratic Party is eating itself alive. Can we admit that?
Yes.
Yeah, but I think they're doing it on purpose. I think they went along with the Kamala Harris experiment, and they're showing in everybody's eyes with the far leftists, with the Rainbow Group and all this stuff. I think probably within the next election, they're going to target white working class people, because that small fringe that's in the party, they're like, we're going to give you what you want, and we're showing you it's not working, and they're going to use it as an excuse to decenter them. Because I can't believe, maybe I'm the delusional one. I refuse to believe that they're this stupid. Well, I think they're letting the inmates run the same asylum right now to show to the American public that is not working. It's like what's the case? I'm gonna give you what you want to show you.
It's not working. You're right. It's not working. And the guy that's running against, I forget his name just that quick. The guy that's running against Jasmine Crockett. I posted on his TikTok. I told him, and I even posted the video where I talked about how you can unseat the Democrats in the primaries, with all of these gold card jobs that are coming in, right? These gold card companies that are coming in within the next 2 years. If you are any type of politician, and you want to unseat the Democrats because they're so unstable, all you have to do is get with Republicans, find out who these gold card companies are that need office space, warehouses, all right, manufacturing places, whatever. If you have them in your area, bring them in. Come take a look. Come look at our space. Come look at our area. This is the percentage of working age males and females, but mainly males that we have in this area, because men are going to be the backbone of your industry. All right, shipping, packing, forklift driving, all of that stuff. You're going to need male labor for that. Show them that. Give them a tax break or whatever. Yes, come in here. And when they agree, go ahead, get those leases signed. You take those leases on these podcasts, whatever. Hey, look, this is what I've done. I've done this for my community, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Man, come on. That's your golden ticket to the seat right there. Am I lying? Is that a better strategy?
No.
I mean, these people need to work. They need jobs. It was almost a shame that I'm sitting up here telling my little cousin, yo, you better learn how to code. I know how to code. Well, you better get great at it. But now, for those who don't know how to code, who don't want to go to the military, who don't want to go join the police force or whatever, now's your chance to get back to at least having a warehouse job all over again.
Oh, did you hear?
Money.
Did you hear what happened with the military?
What happened?
Pete Hegseth, he went to push more stringent physical requirements throughout the military.
Good. That's long overdue.
Yeah. No more of this just hanging on the bar for 3 seconds and you pass the chin-up test. The hell out of here. You say city of Pittsburgh has 40% unoccupied office space. And how much percentage of that is warehouse space? Because that's what you're really looking at. You're looking at those gold cards. Those are manufacturers. So it's really based on how much warehouse space you have available. I'm not downgrading. I'm just saying that's what the deal is going to be. All right. Anything?
No.
You good, Albert?
Yep.
All right. Let's get on to the questions. This is going to be fun because she loves the spike Democrat talking points. Let's go.
Thank you, Karoline. What do you say to Americans who want safe streets but are concerned due process is being violated?
The president is using every lever of his executive authority and his constitutional authority within the bounds of the immigration laws of our country to ensure that our streets are safer for law-abiding American citizens. And this administration is focused on detaining, arresting, and deporting illegal criminal aliens. And as you saw this past weekend, the president used his authority under the Alien Enemies Act to deport foreign terrorists. Tren de Aragua is now a designated foreign terrorist organization. And as I said, there were nearly 200 Tren de Aragua members who were sent to El Salvador this weekend. Countless lives will be saved because of this action. And if you talk to the families, the Angel families, as I mentioned, Blake and Riley and Jocelyn Nungre, they understand the grave cost of life at the hands of these illegal terrorists. And the president is proud to deliver on that promise for them.
And just to follow up on that, this will be challenged later today in the courts. Does the president, does this allow him to defy the court order without having this the checks and balances and the separation of power?
No. In fact, this administration acted within the confines of the law, again, within the president's constitutional authority and under the authority granted to him under the Alien Enemies Act. We are quite confident in that, and we are wholly confident that we are going to win this case in court.
You notice what she didn't really answer the question. Mm-hmm. Did y'all catch that?
Yep.
She asked her about crime in American cities. And she totally sidestepped that and started talking about illegals. But that's only part of the problem. The biggest problem is young black teenagers and black people between the ages of, unfortunately, 11 to 30 out here committing rampant crime, majority theft. Because like morons, these George Floyd laws defunding the police decriminalize theft under $1,000. Mm-hmm. This is why corporations, businesses have shut down. I mean, I've talked about this and covered this to death, to the point where I was getting headaches. What about that? She didn't speak on that. Why do you think that is?
Not sure.
Not sure.
It ain't time to speak on that yet. Let's deal with the big problem first, which is the criminal illegals. Well, all illegals are criminals, but the illegals that have committed criminal acts, like physical criminal acts. Let's get them out of here first, because again, you're looking at guerrilla fighters that can be used by a foreign enemy against American citizens. Get rid of them first. Lock down the border. Then you deal with the problem in-house. Yeah, then deal with the problem in-house. So they're not going to talk about that yet. What is this?
Don't play it yet. Don't wait. That's that. Play that after she stops speaking. Finish her thing. I want you to play that.
Oh, okay. You mean like the very end?
Yeah, I'll tell you when to play it.
All right. So, yeah, right now you want to keep everything as far as how you're going to deal with American-born crime. You're going to keep that under wraps first. Remember, he had the meeting with the business owners here in the United States, the ones that are already here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they was like, okay, so you know that crime was one of their biggest issues. So I would say give it about maybe about 6 months. We'll see what happens at the start of the summer, because we all know that a lot of violent crime and whatnot normally kicks off when the weather gets hot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens like right around mid-May, early June. I think that's when they'll deal with it. All right, y'all ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Peter.
Thank you, Karoline. If you guys can't send 200 Tren de Aragua terrorists at a time to El Salvador, where are you going to send them instead?
It's a very good question. You'd have to ask the courts and the people on the left who are trying to fight this administration for doing the business that this president sought out to do, which is to deport these foreign terrorists. And we're very grateful to President Bukele and to El Salvador for accepting these heinous monsters where they will face justice.
And if these guys are terrorists at war with the United States, is President Trump considering anything more lethal to address them than just sticking them on a plane somewhere else?
Well, it sounded like you had a little bit of curiosity in the premise of your question, so I want to address it. These are designated foreign terrorists. The president signed a proclamation on February 20th, 2025, designating TDA as a foreign terrorist organization that was in consultation with the Attorney General and the Secretary of Treasury. That was pursuant to 8 U.S. Code 1189. The president has the right to do that. And I think nobody would argue that Tren de Aragua should be designated a foreign terrorist organization. If you want to have that argument, I'm happy to do it. These are heinous monsters, rapists, murderers, kidnappers, sexual assaulters, predators who have no right to be in this country, and they must be held accountable.
And
Is she talking about
there is now a
niggers?
member of the European Parliament from France who does not think the U.S. represents the values of the Statue of Liberty anymore. They want the Statue of Liberty back. So is President Trump going to send the Statue of Liberty back to France?
Absolutely not. And my advice to that unnamed low-level French politician would be to remind them that it's only because of the United States of America that the French are not speaking German right now. So they should be very grateful.
Play that video now. Play the video right now.
All right.
Yeah. That's accurate.
That's
Yep,
some real
that's pretty
nigger
accurate.
shit right there.
All right, so MC McNemesis, if you are going to come up, because I see you're in the white inferiority class, you're going to have to show your face. You're not going to do the troll thing tonight.
Correct.
So,
I am white.
yeah, we know. We can tell. So go ahead,
Yeah.
cam up, or we'll just boot you.
So if I cam up, I can say whatever I want.
Yeah, we don't care.
Then hello, my niggers. Hell yeah.
Oh, here we go. We got ourselves
I love
another inferiority complex.
Look, you guys are my friends. I'm a rapper. I'm a rapper. But no, why do you think that white individuals are inferior to black individuals? I think the opposite.
Look, I'll put it to you like this: any white person that calls themselves using the N-word with the hard R,
nigger,
as if they're trying to get a rise out of us, like the last white guy that was on here
well,
last
I
week.
would say that I got a rise out of you, considering that you have forced me. You say, "Turn on your camera."
Yeah, well, the
Then
thing
you
is about it.
highlight
The thing is that
you don't
if
know
you're,
if I'll porn bomb you or not, but yet here I am.
hey, I've got
And
the
you
button.
should not do this.
I've got the button.
You don't.
I've
want
got
this.
the
Like,
button.
I'm not a porn bomber. I'm just warning you for a future.
Okay.
No,
There's
it's
a lot
fine.
of people that follow me on this platform that are trolls.
That's fine.
That's
And
fine.
those trolls are going to come after you.
It's
they
fine.
don't like people of your color either.
Hey, that's fine.
So what?
And I don't claim to lead them. I don't have control over them, but they don't like dark-skinned individuals.
Well, let me ask you a question. What made you come this way tonight?
Well, I was on my own panel, Aaron Woodard Experience, and just shucking and jiving with my white people over there. You know, we're just messing with each other. And then I decided to, you know, just, what is it called? Rabbit panel hopping. And yeah, people, they are not very fond of the N's and the F's around my area.
And
you know it.
Well, here's the thing. We don't get triggered by that. You understand?
You're definitely triggered, like I said.
No, we're not triggered. If you just be quiet for a second and let me explain it. Last week we had somebody.
You definitely
please be quiet
are
and
not
let me
doing a good job
explain.
in covering up your rage.
Please be quiet and let me explain it. Last week we had a guy come up here, and the only thing he could do was just call us hard R's. But after a good hour and a half of him just being one note, come to find out that he was near 40-year-old loser living at home in in his grandfather's house. All right. He had zero job prospects. His black girlfriend of 2 years had dumped him. All right. Yeah. So, he was just.
Yeah, he's a nigger lover.
And you think that I have a similar story?
No, I'm just letting you know up front that if you are going to be here, then these are the rules.
What are the rules?
The rules are if you come up and you're not a regular panelist, then we need for you to cam up.
Okay.
But do yourself a favor. At least come in here and have an intellectual conversation with us, and you will be treated with respect. Right?
Well, here, okay.
Respect begets
Are
respect,
you a Republican?
Right? I am not. I'm an independent.
A nigga-pendant?
I know, right?
No, I'm just fucking with you.
It's like they
Look,
can't help themselves.
You gotta stop all that bullshit of uptightness. Like, you gotta learn to let loose, my nigger. Like, fuck.
I'm uptight. Okay.
Like, yeah, you gotta stop that shit. Just
wow.
Loosen up. Nobody's disrespecting you. I love you. Hell, everybody in my family probably love you. Hope for a little Christmas dinner. But the thing that you gotta remember is this: I'm a rapper.
So what?
So you're trying to control what a rapper says. I don't understand. Like,
how are we trying to control you?
You're trying to say, like, you got to do this, you got to do that.
That's just the rule of the show.
It's our show.
Okay, so you think there's actually rules to life? I mean, there is rules to life, but do you know what those rules are?
Inform us. Go ahead. Tell us your rules to life.
Name one rule in life. Name one thing that is objectively, morally evil. Can you do it?
Oh, yeah. I want you to tell us.
We're waiting on you.
Think. I'm waiting on you to tell us what you think.
Black people are so much smarter than white people is here. To be honest with you, a nigger never taught me nothing. It's all been white people.
Okay.
I ain't never learned anything. Never been educated by any black person ever. The ones that educated me are all white. Some of them are Jews. Now, I don't like Jews either, but I have learned a lot from them.
Well, how old are you, by the way? How old are you?
How old am I?
Mm-hmm.
You want to ask me questions? Are you going to answer questions?
Yeah. So to answer your first question, because I don't have a problem with like death, but it has to be justifiable.
Let me explain something to you.
Homicide is against my moral ambiguity.
Let me explain
just as,
something.
like,
Whenever a person
like
me comes into your life, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm an occultist.
You're an occultist?
Mind control.
Mind control?
I'm trying to set your mind free.
You're trying to set my mind free?
You are?
Because you are in a triggered state put there by the Democrats.
We're not Democrats. We're not Democrats over here.
Then why are you triggered?
Triggered by what?
Triggered by what?
You're triggered.
Has any one of us called you out of your name?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah? What did we call you?
And in the comments too.
No. Have anyone
calling me mentally ill?
Which one of us three on this panel called you out of your name?
See, this dude's saying this is a prime example of why I don't give a fuck.
Whoa.
Like this is completely not good.
Which one of us on this panel called you out of your name?
And they're calling me a troll.
Which one of us on this panel called you out of your name?
This dude Link. He
Which
says,
one
I
of
love
us
how they always
on the
troll
panel
black.
that you see out of the
I'm
three?
Not a troll.
Which one of us
and
called
to call
you out of
me
your
a troll? Why are you
Bruh,
going to call someone
you
a
know what?
troll when they're
I'm
not
gonna
a
do this
troll?
2 weeks in a row. I am done with dummies. I'm not dealing with that. I'm done with dummies. I know, yeah, right, exactly. I'm not dealing with that tonight.
Apparently, he can't handle
Hey,
the
Bay,
pressure.
you know you're hitting it big, right?
I probably have.
You look, you got all the mayonnaise smooth brains just coming over. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
pretty much. I think he's in my chat, but you know,
It's fine.
you can stay there for now.
Yeah, I'm not about to put up with this. It's like we went through this last week, but the only reason why it went so long last week because really the show was over. We did 2 hours. The show was over.
We'll talk about this afterwards because it's probably more of them listening. But
yeah, more than likely.
Like, thank you for the good content.
Yeah.
I've arrived. It's funny. I pissed off the Democratic white supremacists. I'm sorry, the Democratic white inferiors, because here you had a guy who was looked like to be in his late 30s, and he's a quote unquote rapper.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, talk about your great, job prospects. I mean, this guy's going to make $1 million.
Now I can make some memes.
Anyway, that'll be another clip. That'll be clipped. Oh, by the way, I can now post all of those clips from last week because through YouTube I can remove the music. They give me the option to remove the music. So yeah, I'll get on that.
Yeah, because
I'm doing it tomorrow.
They actually dinged me for that stream we did last
week. Did they?
Yeah, I could already. Yeah, I just went ahead and removed the music off my version of the stream.
Yeah, I can post it. I think if there's about 8 to 10 shorts that they had that they banned, but I can remove the music now. So we'll get back to that. Anyway, so back to what Karoline Leavitt was talking about. Let's replay it. This guy
that
threw
was
me
savage.
Let's see here.
Nungre, they understand the grave cost of life at the hands of these illegal. And as you saw this past weekend, the president used his authority under the Alien Enemies Act. The president is using every lever of his executive authority and his constitutional authority within the bounds of the immigration laws of our country to ensure that our streets are safer for law-abiding American citizens. And this administration is focused on detaining, arresting, and deporting illegal criminal aliens. And as you saw this past weekend, the president used his authority under the Alien Enemies Act to deport foreign terrorists. Tren de Aragua is now a designated foreign terrorist organization. And as I said, there were nearly 200 Tren de Aragua members who were sent to El Salvador this weekend. Countless lives will be saved because of this action. And if you talk to the families, the Angel families, as I mentioned, Blake and Riley and Jocelyn Nungre, they understand the grave cost of life at the hands of these illegal terrorists. And the president is proud to deliver on that promise for them.
And just to follow up on that, this will be challenged later today in the courts. Does the president, does this allow him to defy the court order without having this the checks and balances and the separation of power?
No. In fact, this administration acted within the confines of the law, again, within the president's constitutional authority and under the authority granted to him under the Alien Enemies Act. We are quite confident in that, and we are wholly confident that we are going to win this case in court. Peter.
Thank you, Karoline. If you guys can't send 200 Tren de Aragua terrorists at a time to El Salvador, where are you going to send them instead?
It's a very good question. You'd have to ask the courts and the people on the left who are trying to fight this administration for doing the business that this president sought out to do, which is to deport these foreign terrorists. And we're very grateful to President Bukele and to El Salvador for accepting these heinous monsters where they will face justice.
And if these guys are terrorists at war with the United States, is President Trump considering anything more lethal to address them than just sticking them on a plane somewhere else.
Well, it sounded like you had a little bit of curiosity in the premise of your question, so I want to address it. These are designated foreign terrorists. The president signed a proclamation on February 20th, 2025, designating TDA as a foreign terrorist organization that was in consultation with the Attorney General and the Secretary of Treasury. That was pursuant to 8 U.S. Code 1189. The president has the right to do that. And I think nobody would argue that Tren de Aragua should be designated a foreign terrorist organization. If you want to have that argument, I'm happy to do it. These are heinous monsters, rapists, murderers, kidnappers, sexual assaulters, predators who have no right to be in this country, and they must be held accountable.
And something different. There is now a member of the European Parliament from France who does not think the U.S. represents the values of the...
Wait, hold on. So you talking about this black guy right here? So you got this black guy right here. You got this Indian woman right here.
You got one stand up in the back.
Where? Oh yeah, you got the brother right here. You got the black. Okay, let's go by the row. Black chick right here. I mean, not that it matters, but let's do the count. Do the color count. Okay, one. You got an Indian woman here. Indian woman here. This looks to be like a Hispanic woman, maybe like a dark skin, possibly black. All right. And then you got the black guy right here. Let's see here. You got the black chick right here. All right, you got another black chick right here. All right, and then of course you got the brother right here. Here's an Asian woman, looks like right here. So it's not
the cameraman in the back.
Where? Oh yeah, you got the brother right here. Yeah, you know. So I mean, it's not like this room isn't a representation of the American demographic. Let's just be honest. Oh, all right, I'll count her. I remember her. Yeah, so it's not like this room is diverse. It's diverse, but really it's based on who they send. You know this. Is this? No, this isn't the guy from last week that asked that stupid question about terrorists. That's not him, right? No, that guy was blonde. That's not him. So, you know. Oh, I think, yep, right here. Here's a black person right here, I believe. Unless that's a hole in the wall or a statue. But we'll see. Let's play it. All right. So they were talking about the Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Liberty anymore. They want the Statue of Liberty back. So is President Trump going to send the Statue of Liberty back to France?
Okay, so that was a bust in the wall. All right, my bad. All right.
Absolutely not. And my advice to that unnamed low-level French politician would be to remind them that it's only because of the United States of America that the French are not speaking German right now. So they should be very grateful to our great country. Kelly.
By the way, for those of y'all know the history of the Statue of Liberty, right?
Somewhat.
It was originally a black woman with chains around her wrists and ankles.
But they kept them on her feet.
Right. So, but they wound up restructuring the statue. All right, because it was given from France, it was given to America to symbolize the end of slavery. So, you know, them wanting the statue back, I'm like, you know what? You say the chains are still on the feet. Okay, that's good.
Right at the base.
All right. So, yeah, so that's the original history of the Statue of Liberty, you know, for the inferiority complex people who are watching.
That might be triggering for some
prepared
people.
to give the court what it wants in terms of the time of the flights that departed, that went to El Salvador, and some of those details that the judge is asking for in trying to determine the timing. Clearly, the 5 named individuals were not deported.
That's right.
But looking more broadly, wanting to know about the timing of flights and so forth, because the verbal order did say turn around the flights if there's an issue. So is the administration prepared to provide that information?
I'm prepared to provide it right now. All of the planes that were subject to the written order, the judge's written order, took off before the order was entered in the courtroom on Saturday. And the administration will, of course, be happily answering all of those questions that the judge poses in court later today.
And for people who have due process questions about making certain that there wasn't anyone who was swept up who did not meet the criteria that you laid out. Is there a way for the administration to provide more detail about how that was determined, who the individuals were that met this deportation order?
Yes, I can assure the American people that Customs and Border Patrol and ICE and the Department of Homeland Security are sure about the identities of the individuals who were on these planes and the threat that they pose to our homeland. They take this incredibly seriously. They are putting their lives on the line to deport these designated terrorists from our country, and they should be trusted to do that. And that's exactly what the American people elected this president to do.
In all honesty, the Supreme Court needs to have an automatic reject button. But when these little state judges do this type of garbage, they need to automatically smack it down. It needs to automatically be struck down. Like automatically struck down. Like, what the hell are you doing? Like, I tell you what, since you don't want these rapists, violent, murdering, drug dealing gang members to leave the country, well, then we'll just put ankle monitors on them and they can live with you.
What was the young lady with the pink Jeep? They got a leg broken and carjacked?
The one up in Minnesota,
right? Yeah.
Yeah. For those of y'all not familiar with the story, she was one of these bleeding heart liberals, soft on crime. She had a pink Jeep. That was her pride and joy. She had it on her Twitter account. It was like in her, you have the profile, that square. She had it in there. She with the Jeep.
Yep.
4 black teenagers carjacked her for that Jeep. They cracked her in her skull, broke her leg, while she was taking her 2 kids to school, 6 and 8 years old. The kids were lucky to get out of the car. They carjacked.
And thank God for that, because unlike other groups of people, we do not wish harm on children, or revel in people's unfortunate circumstances.
Yes.
Yeah. So after that happened, suddenly now she turned tough on crime. Because these people always want to play the bleeding heart liberal. Oh, they just want a slice of bread until they get physically attacked. Democrats become Republicans real quick when that steel gets they look staring down the barrel of a pistol.
You mean when they take a trip to Home Depot looking at them power tools?
Yeah. When they staring down the barrel of a power tool, suddenly now they have a change of heart.
I bet.
And I'm like, no. When we catch them, we're going to put ankle monitors on them, and they're going to live with you for a good 6 to 8 months, and you can bake them cookies and lecture them on how what you're doing is so wrong, little Timmy. France better start calling Freedom Prize again. Y'all are crazy. Wait, was this woman? I don't remember her name. Let's see. Bet she has a pumpkin spice latte under the post. Oh, y'all talking about Karoline Leavitt? See, it's our African humanity to not wish harm. Oh, I guess. No, but yeah, her, the district attorney in New Orleans, he got carjacked by 4 black teenagers. Him and his 80-something-year-old mama. He took her out to a show. They get in the car. They rolled up on him with the pistol grip or the power tool. Made him and his mama get out the car. They got to running down the street. They bust shots at him. His mother was running like she was in her 30s. She was keeping up with her son. They was busting shots. And they caught him. Yeah. Do you think those kids got bail?
Of course not. It was because it was an elected official that was victimized. But if it was a civilian, of course, That's an unfortunate circumstance. They're a victim of their circumstances that they had no power over, and bell, boom. But when it's one of them, they get their common senses. Oh, it goes from he's a victim to lock that nigga up,
quote unquote.
I use the A, not the hard R.
No, it's fine.
Because I know I'm waiting for my subscription to be renewed for my black card out there to some people that is watching. So I'm waiting for that to come in the mail.
Oh my God. Yeah, well, don't hold your breath on that one. I'm still laughing at, because you already know how they was gonna play it. Look who's here, y'all. Look who's here. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Drum roll, please. Why was I the only one doing it? What's
doing
the hell?
Don't nobody say.
No introductions needed, please.
Yo, AL.
Proceed, continue as usual.
AL, you missed. We had an intermission with Troglodyte Theater.
Troglodyte Tony.
I'm pretty sure y'all gonna make y'all way back around again. I'm here.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna be more stringent. I'm not gonna let those type of people up anymore. I don't have time to play games with them folks no more. They're inferior, and I'm not gonna argue with it because they have an inferiority complex.
Clearly.
You got nothing else better to do on Monday night but troll black folks and be bigoted.
It's going to happen much more. You want to know why?
Go ahead.
Because I told you over the phone. I told Charles on the phone. I spoke to Mr. Z about this on the phone. And me and AB recently had a discussion about this. One of the good things about Trump, everybody's about to get their nigga wake up call.
Pretty much.
And everybody's equal. Everybody's a nigga. And that fool don't realize he is going to be just like everybody else. Because if you didn't do what you supposed to did in life and get yourself prepared for this environment and to compete, those that, I'm not sick like I was last week. Those that really were the DEI people that dealt with the true people that benefited from affirmative action, people just skated by for just being white mayonnaise. You're about to be in an environment, if you cannot compete, you will perish. And all of them is about to have a backlash. This 4 years, some of it is going to be very entertaining, and some is going to be very painful at times for all of us. But this is going to be very interesting times. So you're going to see the backlash really happen.
Oh, yeah.
If you can't compete, sink or swim.
I look at it like this. Remember that Boondocks where Riley was at the One Slurs and he was spouting all that black power talk and they were just clapping. Oh, he's so well spoken.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, these people don't care. Like, because they're not poor. Like, how? That's why I'm like, when he cammed up, I already knew that I was doing better. All of us should have known that, like, man, our lives are better than yours. Like, you're frustrated because your life sucks. You said your job was a rapper. You look to be like that guy from last week. In your late 30s, living at home, no real job skills whatsoever, and whatever little job you had, a rapper, that's obsolete. You've already aged out of the market.
Oh yeah.
Rapping is a young man's game.
Yeah, what's the cat that died? Machine Gun Kelly or whatever. What was the dude's name? Like,
I don't know. I don't keep up with that stuff. Well, what happened?
No, I'm talking about that's what he probably listened to, his favorite white rapper. So, But big incel loser. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it is ABM. You're right. Lewis is right. It's sink or swim.
Yeah, you know, you could call Donald Trump the reverse Uno card.
Yep.
Like, I could see him right now, like when these 4 years come up, like, you know, when Ted's not able to compete, and he's probably gonna go on that traditional diatribe of people that has benefited from just being white. My daddy or my granddaddy worked at a factory and was able to buy a home, have a wife, white picket fence, 2.5 kids, and shout out to Sergeant Willie P. It's these black people breathing all the white man's air, or this freaking Patel with a dot on his forehead just coming here making more money than me. This is the land my ancestors conquered. This ain't fair.
That's her name. Okay.
And shout out to my Indian people. No disrespect to you, but that they're gonna have mental breakdowns. Like, black people out there, if you're in college, become a therapist, because you're gonna make a lot of money, or get into pharmaceuticals. Invest in all your pharmaceutical companies, because there's gonna be a lot of the antidepressant medicine coming out on the market soon. Trust me.
Dang it. Somebody, I need to find her account.
Who?
The congresswoman. He just posted her name.
What congresswoman?
Right there in the chat. I think he in your chat. I think he's in your chat.
Was it X?
Yeah. Because he's not in AB's chat and he's not in my chat.
All right.
My papa came with just a suitcase and made it. Let's see. Trump will force black women to learn to get along with black men again. Black women will need a second paycheck in their house again, because food stamps and Section 8 will be gone by the time Trump leaves. Oh, yeah. So what's going on in Detroit? 313 psychiatrist, 1 stone, 2 birds. Yeah, look her up. See if you can find her. See if she still got that pink Jeep. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Thanks, Caroline. Just to follow up on that, then, so you're saying definitively the administration can prove everyone that was put on those flights to El Salvador was either a member of Trinidad Agua, MS-13, or some other.
Yeah, we've already provided the breakdown in the effort of transparency about the 261 illegal aliens who were deported. 137 of those were deported under the Alien Enemies Act. 101 of those were Venezuelans removed via Title 8, which, as you know, are just regular immigration proceedings. And 23 of them were MS-13 Salvadorian gang members. There were also 2 MS-13 ringleaders as part of that group of 23 who President Bukele particularly expressed his gratitude for their return so he can demand justice in his home country. Jennifer.
Did you find her?
I'm about to get it right now. Yeah.
The LL and R. Kelly collab. Oh, you found it?
I got it. But she don't got a pink Jeep on there no more.
Oh, okay. All right. That's all I wanted to know. She took that Jeep down.
She still got the Harris Waltz up.
Oh my God. When's the last time she tweeted?
March 14th.
Oh God. She is pathetic. Anyway.
What criteria, though, other than, say, tattoos or maybe being in the wrong place at the wrong time, are they using to determine that someone is actually...
Look at this woman's face while he asking this stupid question. You see her?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, what the hell is he talking about? Like, bruh. Like, seriously? This guy's eyes bucked? She can't believe what she's hearing. Like, what is he talking about?
member of one of these organizations?
Intelligence and the men and women on the ground in the interior of our country who are finally being allowed to do their jobs. Their hands were tied under the previous administration. And as I said, they take their jobs very seriously. They should be trusted and respected by the American public with this operation. And of course, as I said to Kelly, the administration will provide all details to the questions that the court poses. Jennifer.
One more follow-up on that. Can you say how much the U.S. is paying El Salvador to imprison these Venezuelans? And then a different question on Russia. I was wondering if you could give us an update on the ceasefire negotiations, and is there anything you can share on the list that Putin passed along to President Trump for the things he's requesting?
Sure.
All right, so this is a black woman. Y'all saw her face clearly. This is a black. All right.
To your first question, it was approximately $6 million to El Salvador for the detention of these foreign terrorists. And I would point out that is pennies on the dollar in comparison to the cost of life and the cost it would impose on the American taxpayer to house these terrorists in maximum security prisons here in the United States of America. And I would echo the message of our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who expressed his gratitude to President Bukele and El Salvador's government for their cooperation in this deal. As for Russia, as you know, the president announced last night on Air Force One on his return from his very busy weekend in Florida that he will be speaking to President Putin tomorrow. I won't get ahead of those negotiations, but I can say we are on the 10th yard line of peace, and we've never been closer to a peace deal than we are in this moment. And the president, as you know, is determined to get one done.
Yeah, because Zelensky went all around the world, same song, trying to get somebody to help him fight his battle in order to prolong the war to steal more money. But when the U.S. pulled out of NATO, it was like, we got these slingshots and bow and arrows. They had no weaponry. They had nothing that could help him fight Russia. And Russia started using missiles. So he had no choice but to decide to sign a peace deal. So once Zelensky, he wrote that, Dear Trump, I'm so sorry, but embarrassing myself in the White House. Please forgive me. I'll sign whatever deal you want. Sign your bitch Zelensky. He sent them the letter. He's like, okay, cool. Let me go talk to Putin and we'll work it out. Because everybody wants their cut. The UK want their cut. Russia want their cut. We want our cut. And they get whatever we decide, us and Russia decide for the UK and Ukraine to have. Flat out. Who's going to stop us? That was a question.
Nobody.
Right. Nobody. Yeah. And we're not trying to fight with Russia. That would be devastating to the world. Devastating to the world. So let's sign these deals. And that's what Putin wants to go with anyway. As far as with resources rights, that's what BRICS was all. That's what BRICS is all about. You get fair trade for your commodities, for your GDP. Fair trade will help you build your infrastructure. China's come over there with the 3D printer to build the apartment homes for the workers that you guys can eventually live in when it's all said and done, which will probably tear up. But that's fine. That's on you. But you'll get fair trade. You'll be fairly compensated for your GDP. What you do with that after that is up to you. Does that sound fair?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. It's better than a hostile takeover. That's what China was doing. China was just taking your resources and building up, quote unquote, building up your infrastructure, but charging you to maintain it because they didn't teach you how to maintain it. You didn't have the education or the wherewithal or the willpower to maintain your infrastructure. This is much better. If anything, I would definitely start educating your children. They would be
BGS.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Send him the link if y'all want him up. I mean, if he's in your chat room. I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to make something like that. I apologize for that. Oh, Chalk G died? Okay. There he is. There's our resident senior. What's going on?
What's going on? I mean, the reason she didn't speak on it because crime is a city and a state thing. Okay, they don't really have a whole lot of jurisdiction over that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the laws that were passed were not George Floyd laws. Okay, those were actually laws passed under COVID because they had so many people that were out of work and so many people shoplifting that the police actually did this. It's actually a police thing, right? Police could not take everybody to jail, especially white folks. So they increased the limit to keep from taking all these people to jail because people had gone basically bonkers during COVID. That had nothing to do with George Floyd. Because most of the George Floyd laws really didn't go through as far as defund the police. That shit didn't pass, most of it. But there's holdovers, like California actually reset their laws as far as shoplifting and stuff like that. They just did it this year because under COVID, they had really relaxed all that crap. And people didn't go back to normal. So they said, okay, we have to get stricter. But state by state, the laws are actually going to change. They're already, like California already did change in 2025.
Yeah, I was still laughing at that video of them two girls in the back of the police car.
Yeah. So in other words, man, basically there's a whole bunch of, I think California passed like 5 or 6 laws to actually enhance and prevent that rampant shoplifting that was going on. In fact, some increased some of those to felonies where a cop doesn't have to see you actually shoplift. He can actually arrest you on the word of the store owner. Okay.
Yeah, even in the city I work at, this was 19 years ago. Mm-hmm. It was after the city municipalities police, they fell under the consent decree of the federal government because of corruption. Mm-hmm. And they were addressing I forgot with the bail reform. So a lot of, and especially where I'm at, it is a lot of gang activity. So we had a lot of shoplifting in my store. Unless somebody was getting seriously hurt, nobody's going to respond because throughout the city, somebody was getting shot and stabbed.
Yeah, you remember this because Louis, because you were working in the store, right? Remember when they were during COVID with all the shoplifting, they actually relaxed all those laws.
Yeah,
remember that? Yeah. That's because of COVID. It wasn't because of George Floyd. Once the George Floyd laws was actually so the DOJ would actually come down on people doing shit on tape.
Because they were letting people out of county jail because a lot of inmates was having COVID, and a lot of and plus the county jails and prisons, they were understaffed.
They're understaffed, so that's why they did it. And so, but I do believe most states have reversed those laws that they passed under COVID. Because I know California did. California's fairly liberal.
Yeah, I see a lot of chokeholds.
Well, it's not chokeholds per se, but that chokeholds are illegal. They always have been illegal. The chokeholds went out with for the most part when under what's the name, Gates in Los Angeles with the chokehold. That was back in the 90s. That stuff went out. So chokeholds are illegal. Yes, sir.
You know, Gavin Newsom got a podcast now on YouTube.
Yeah, I saw him. I saw one. Well, so does Michelle Obama. But I saw one, Gavin with. He actually interviewed. I was surprised.
Steve Bannon.
Steve Bannon, yeah, which is shocking.
Yeah, and he interviewed
Charlie Kirk.
That was his first one. And Steve Bannon was the second, and the third one was oh my God, Michael Savage.
And so basically, he's in. I got to give him credit. He's not shying away from the other side.
And the Michael Savage interview was very good. I got into 10 minutes with Steve Bannon, but I'm going to watch the full interview.
People underestimate. I mean, just Gavin Newsom doesn't always present well, but people underestimate how smart Gavin Newsom actually is. They really do.
Mm.
They look at him and say he's plastic, but Gavin Newsom is actually a lot smarter than people actually think he is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Florida didn't do nothing, but yeah, it's a lot of. I'm reading now a lot of chokeholds, neck restraints, carotid triangle restraint, unless justified. I mean, it's a lot of chokeholds, and I also see a lot of what would be called excessive force.
Mm.
Yeah, I think more reported. I think on the Floyd, on the Trump, basically the DOJ was cracking down on that kind of stuff, and as soon as they're not cracking back down on it, it'll go back to the way it was.
Yeah. Hey, BGS, your thoughts on Karoline Leavitt's mic drop today?
I haven't heard it
yet. We ain't got to it yet.
Okay.
Haven't heard it. I mean, she's not playing, so she's got Trump behind her, so
yeah.
So she don't have to mealy mouth. So they're he picked her because she's gonna be more aggressive and more outspoken. So,
good Lord. All right, let's get y'all ready to get back to this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, when I got some time.
All right.
Okay.
Oh shoot, my bad.
To undo.
Let me back that up. My bad. I apologize.
Sure, Caitlin.
I have two questions for you. One on the flights, but first on the president's post overnight, saying that the pardons that were issued by President Biden preemptively to members of the January 6th committee, that they're now null and void. Have attorneys here at the White House told President Trump that he has the legal authority to undo a pardon simply because it was signed by auto pen, as he said?
The president was begging the question that I think a lot of journalists in this room should be asking about whether or not the former president of the United States, who I think we can all finally agree was cognitively impaired. I know it took people some time to finally admit that, but we all know that to be true, as evidenced by his disastrous debate performance against President Trump during the campaign. I digress on that. But the president was raising the point that, did the president even know about these pardons? Was his legal signature used without his consent or knowledge? And that's not just the president or me raising those questions, Caitlin. According to the New York Post, there are Biden officials from the previous White House who raised those questions and wondered if the president was even consulted about his legally binding signature being signed onto documents. And so I think it's a question that everybody in this room should be looking into, because certainly that would propose perhaps criminal or illegal behavior if staff members were signing the president of the United States autograph without his consent.
That's true. I have no problem with that. You should question that.
Yes.
In all honesty, because like Trump said, because I did catch that snippet. I didn't get to his conference, before he got on the plane, before he got on Air Force One. But he said, I'm leaving that up to the courts.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Right. And if the courts say that these signatures are null and void because they were auto penned and Joe Biden was, because of his mental condition.
Yeah.
Oh, see, you're going to jail. You're going to jail. Woo!
In other words, he's washing his hands of it. So he said, he's raising the question as he can and he should. Anybody can. But he doesn't have any power over it, so he's gonna leave it up to the courts.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Damn, I don't have it.
I don't have it.
Yeah,
If it's proven that Biden did not have wasn't cognitive to run the country, and his staff was running roughshod.
You know what? The thing is, I don't understand why they're asking her the question. He's been pretty clear about what he said about it. I don't know. I don't get it. Why are you asking her? He's already said what he said. How's he going to change it?
They got to have the clarity point, because she is the official White House mouthpiece.
And what I'm saying is, she's not going to say anything different than what he said. Okay, because he said that more than one occasion. Why are you asking her the same? Do you ask him? He's already responded.
It's Caitlin Collins.
Okay.
It's Caitlin Collins.
Hey, replay that part.
Nasty pussy.
Hey, babe, replay that part with France, man. That was savage.
Who?
With Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, the Statue of Liberty.
Oh gosh,
That was savage.
That's so silly. Yeah.
Let's get back to it. I don't want to.
Okay. I mean, whatever you guys want to do, it's your pod. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. We'll come back to it. I'm gonna lose the spot. Plus, we're halfway done.
Okay.
Is on the record talking about issuing preemptive pardons to these people.
But was he aware of his signature being used on every single pardon? That's a question you should ask the Biden
Is
White
there
House.
any evidence on that he wasn't aware of it?
You're a reporter. You should find out. Sean.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good job. What you bothering
You
me
keep
for?
talking about the judge's written.
Huh?
What are you asking her for? Yes,
Yeah,
you're a
that's your job.
reporter.
What you bothering me for?
She wasn't in the administration when it happened. How would she know?
Thank you. Like you asking a stupid question. Look,
Yeah,
look
they
at
asked
the
a lot of stupid
faces.
questions. Yeah.
His face, her face,
Yeah.
face over here, her
Yeah, like,
face
come on.
right here.
Yeah,
She's
like, come on.
laughing.
Yeah, like come on.
Hey,
The
hey, you want to
faces,
play the video again?
No, just let it run. Just let it run.
No,
I'll back it up a little bit.
no.
Of his signature being used.
What?
No, the mic drop.
Oh,
Yeah, he just when he
got
gets
it
to
up?
it. When he gets to
Oh.
it. So.
What's up, Wensler? Oh, I didn't remove you, Del Lewis. Oh, there you go. Okay, my bad. All right, sorry. Judo from the podium.
On every single pardon? That's a question you should ask.
I mean,
the
it
Biden
shows
White
you.
House.
It shows you the quality of the reporters.
Yeah, that's CNN. CNN.
Yeah, they asked her about the Statue of Liberty, and she said, "No, Trump doesn't plan to remove the Statue of Liberty, and that politicians from France should be reminded, if it wasn't for the United States, you would be speaking German."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That he wasn't aware of it.
You're a reporter. You should find out. Sean.
So I have a question on the time of the flights. You keep talking about the judge's written order, which hit the docket Saturday night at about 7:26 p.m. But he issued a verbal order before that at about 6:45 and 6:48 p.m. based on the court hearing. A verbal order from the bench. Does the White House feel the need to comply with a verbal order from this judge?
Again, as I said, all of the planes subject to the written order of this judge departed U.S. soil, U.S. territory before the judge's written order.
But what about the verbal?
Speaking of that, come to find out, they didn't release that the planes had taken off till what, 2, 3, 4 hours after they had already departed.
Okay.
Because they knew that a judge was going to do that.
Okay.
They knew it. So once it was in international air, it was really nothing you could do.
They can do about it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Touche.
So what?
That's why she's smiling.
Yeah. What'd you say, Albert?
They're gonna make her remember. So what?
And said for the planes to turn around if they were.
Well, there's actually questions about whether a verbal order carries the same weight as a legal order, as a written order, and our lawyers are determined to ask and answer those questions in court. Sean.
Hey, so on Friday, the president suggested at length that it should be illegal to criticize judges, but he has repeatedly criticized judges who rule against him, and Elon Musk is calling for impeachment of judges who have opposed the administration. So how are those two things not in conflict?
I have not heard the president talk about impeaching judges. I know you mentioned Mr. Musk's tweet, but I have not heard the president of the United States ask that. Mary.
Hey, thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about this video I saw this morning set to the tune of, I believe, Closing Time, about deportations of illegal migrants. What's the strategy behind the White House's videos they've been putting out on this, and can you kind of talk us through the thinking on these videos?
Sure.
Okay, first and foremost, she cute.
Yeah.
She cute. This chick right here, little Hawaiian looking chick behind this. She's cute. She all right. Yeah. Okay. I mean, she's California cute.
Okay.
You know how they look. They look like that.
They look like that. Yeah. Highlights, all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. She California cute. I'll give her that. With a little spice for the show. Anyway,
I think the White House and our entire government clearly is leaning into the message of this president. And we are unafraid to double down and to take responsibility and ownership of the serious decisions that are being made. The president was elected with an overwhelming mandate to launch the largest mass deportation campaign in American history. And that's exactly what he is doing. And to this very day, we are now, I think, 56 or 7 days into the administration by my count. The president still receives an overwhelming public support for the policies that he is enacting. So we are unafraid to message effectively what the president is doing on a daily basis to make our community safer. And the specific video you referenced, I think it sums up our immigration policy pretty well. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Oh, you ain't shit for that, girl.
That's why I call her the sniper.
You
That's why I call her the sniper.
You ain't his for that one. Okay. All right. Oh, she got to pull way back from that one. That's a 1970s one, boy. You ain't got to go home.
Gotta get out of here.
Yeah, they stunned at that one. No retorts.
Got her. See the black chick right here, and she's like, "Oh my,
oh my!"
Look, everybody looking.
She look. So I'm waiting for the comeback.
And my boy right here, he like,
oh boy, damn, wow,
shit, I'm gonna have to cover more of these.
Wow.
She got the whole room's attention. Everybody over there.
Everybody waiting for the response. Okay, look, everyone's okay. Where's the comeback?
Let's hear what she got to say.
On Russia if the talks on Tuesday don't go as hoped? And secondly, have any illegal immigrants self-deported through CBP home yet?
To your first question, it's something the president has floated, and certainly he's willing to do if necessary. I don't have anything to read out, and I would never get ahead of the president on such a serious decision. To your second question about the CBP Home app, I would have to check in with the Department of Homeland Security, but it's a great question, and we're very proud to repurpose this app, which the Biden administration abused to facilitate the mass illegal entry of illegal immigrants into our country. It was like a fast pass at Disneyland. That's not happening under this administration. We are encouraging illegal immigrants to actively self-deport to maybe save themselves from being in one of these fun videos.
Caroline.
Sure. John, good to see you.
After President Trump strafe-bombed the Houthis yesterday, he said that if they retaliate, he was going to personally hold Iran accountable for that. Holding them accountable, what would that look like?
Well, I would defer you to what the president put out this morning, John, where he said very clearly, I will read it, "Let nobody be fooled. The hundreds of attacks being made by Houthi, the sinister mobsters and thugs based in Yemen, who are hated by the Yemeni people, are all created by Iran. Any further attack or retaliation by the Houthis will be met with great force, and there is no guarantee that the force will stop there. Iran has played the innocent victim of rogue terrorists from which they've lost control, but they haven't lost control. They are dictating every move, giving them the weapons, supplying them with money and highly sophisticated military equipment, and even so-called intelligence. Every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being a shot fired from the weapons and leadership of Iran. And Iran will be held responsible and suffer the consequences, and those consequences will be dire." That is a statement from the President of the United States just moments ago. I have nothing additional to share, but our message to Iran is you better take this president seriously. And I think the Houthis learned that the hard way this past weekend. As I said in my opening remarks, there's a new sheriff in town, and this president is not just going to sit on his hands and allow terrorists to launch attacks on commercial vessels and U.S. naval ships. Those actions will not be tolerated. Sure, Edward.
Yeah, thanks. Caroline, on the economy. So after mostly a down week last week in the economy, you've been very vocal as well as other cabinet members about how we're in a transition and about how this economic transition, and there's a plan, a long-term plan for tariffs on this. How concerned is the president that the markets and Americans, for lack of a better term, will freak out over these tariffs and be concerned about a long-term plan?
Sure. I think I've been asked this question and answered this question respectfully, Edward. We are in a period of transition. The president has made that clear. He also has made his belief in tariffs and what they will do for our great country clear, restoring wealth back to our country. And if you look at the president's first-term economic formula, massive deregulation, tax cuts, lowering the cost of living with an energy boom, which the American people can expect soon. Wall Street and Main Street should both be assured by what President Trump did in his first term. It's the exact same formula. In fact, I would argue it's even better this time around. And if you look at some of the economic indicators in the last week, the latest CPI report last week beat expectations. Inflation is cooling. Core inflation dropped for the first time in 4 months. The national average of the price of gas is down 42 cents from 1 year ago. And there was also a new report out this morning about wholesale egg prices. They continue to fall. A dozen eggs are now $3.10 cheaper since January 24th. First, that's a 47% decrease overall. So I think the American
Not
people
where
do
I'm
have
at.
great reason to be optimistic
Me
about this
neither.
economy.
Yeah.
And as I've said repeatedly, it continues to be true. The administration has a whole of government effort to fix the economic mess created by Biden.
Well, check her facts then.
18 pack where I'm at is $13.
Yeah, well, check her facts. Because you had all 50 states.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
if she's exaggerating, check her facts.
I just bought the 60 pack or whatever.
The Walmart.
Yeah. Well, actually, I got them at Kroger this time. I bought the 60 pack of eggs today. You know, I mean, unfortunately, I don't know how much they cost, but they seemed a little cheaper than what they were. I did go to Walmart today, and I noticed, like that video I sent you, that egg shelf now is full.
Okay,
it was majority full. So the supply is starting to catch up with the demand. Yeah, so
the price will fall slowly, because they want to make that profit.
Yeah, I think it might just be in certain areas, but not across the board.
Yeah.
So it's not that you guys are wrong, but two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah, they're talking about a national average.
Yeah. So, eventually it'll catch up to y'all. Make sure y'all hear the AB's Cash App if you guys are so willing. But yeah, it's let's say 18 pack in Sin Hill area of Las Vegas is $6.80. Yeah, okay. Gas has been in that range since fall. Yeah, I've noticed gas prices. I've definitely noticed that gas prices have gotten cheaper. Like, because everybody with a car, we all fill up, at least once a week or whatnot. You notice the difference. Gas prices have gotten lower. You say equilibrium.
Price for a barrel of oil has went down from $97 to $75. So that should let you know.
Yeah, it's going to take time. I mean, we've been saying that it's going to get worse before it gets better. As far as like the job market, it's going to get worse before it gets better. But again, with manufacturing jobs coming back, especially with these gold cards, it's going to get better. And if Trump is able, if the tariffs go the way that he expects them to, because they will, it's not like you don't have a choice. Either you pay the taxes or your goods don't come here, and you lose out on the biggest financial market in the world, which is the United States. It's cheaper to move your factories here or open factories here and produce your products here than to pay the tariffs.
For Europe, that's true.
Right. So you come out a whole lot better. It'll be cheaper in the long run, and you're bringing jobs back to America. Especially with him talking about, because remember he said he wanted to kill taxes, kill the IRS, but then, you're talking about the people who, they have to go, they care not who make its laws, but they still want their money. Yeah. So now he changed it, rather modified it to people who make over 150K. Which is fine. It gives the lower class, middle class and lower, it gives them the tax break, the breathing room that they need in order to not just survive, but to live. We're at Thermocat. What is that? What is he talking about? What are you talking about, Papa? Let's see here. I love your father. Hands yellow over. What is y'all talking
Oh
about?
no, that's Linda. That she talked to me. I just shared your stuff. That's all.
Oh, okay.
She was coming over for mine.
Oh, okay. That explains the
Yeah.
jumping numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just since I'm sitting here, so I said I don't know how you feel about it. I said let me just try and see what happens. I don't know how
I'm
you.
laughing. Okay. I'm laughing now. Something when you said, and our resident white boy ain't got the rap no more. And so manufacturing jobs come back. You missed it. We had an inferiority complex coming here trying to call us the N-words again, but you know.
That's who you were talking about,
that
huh?
dude.
He showed back up again.
No, it was a different dude.
A different.
Oh, he came up earlier or something like that.
Yeah, this was earlier in the broadcast.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
about 20, 30 minutes. I say about 30 minutes when you came
okay.
in.
Okay.
Yeah, he came. Some other 40-year-old rapper living at home, bald head, looking like he need to hit a treadmill. Coming here trying to toss around the N-word. Now I don't have the patience for it anymore. I don't have the patience for it anymore.
I mean, any black man, really, once rap and hip hop started with the N-word, basically N-word doesn't have that much power anymore. So,
right.
I mean,
that's what I'm trying to tell them. Like, dude, we're not triggered by you calling us.
I said, is that the best that you can do? Okay, is that all you got? Okay.
Hey, Charles, why are you wooing instead of coming up? Because I sent you the link in your email.
Might be working for a change.
Got a gun on people.
I'm handcuffing a suspect at the moment.
Canned up with Cheeto State t-shirt. Yeah, he was pathetic. He was pathetic. All right. Oh, here you go. All right. Here's the officer of the damn law.
Well, one of us got to work, old man.
I heard that, man. It ain't me.
Well, it ain't gonna be me much longer. I did what I. Gonna be me much longer. I'm gonna be sipping Mai Tais right next to your old ass on the beach. Oh yeah, I'm so offended. You know, only in 1 week, I was told by nobody that I'm a coward for not coming on a panel, and I was called the N-word by another guy, by a white guy. Oh,
you missed
woe is
it.
me.
You missed it.
Woe is me.
You missed it.
They don't want to. White boys do not want me to dig into their behinds, boy. That would not be a good day.
I'm gonna tell you what. When I asked him, I said, "What was your background?" He's like, "I'm Irish and I'm Italian." I said, "Dude, you weren't even considered white for 70 years." I said, "You're barely white." I said, "Oh, trust me, you're like, I can't believe we actually got to count them."
So you're a WAP and a Mick, huh? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Jibba, Charles had his intro at the beginning of the show. He's supposed to be here.
Oh yeah.
But you know, Charles come. Phrasing.
Yeah, I'm just getting off to the new gig.
No, that's fine. All right, let's continue on. Y'all ready? You settled?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
According to that April 2nd tariff deadline, so to speak, is the tariff back and forth sort of done now? We're just all looking towards April 2nd?
Well, I think the president would tell you that all options are always on the table, and he's always ready to respond if he feels the United States is being unfairly treated by our allies and also our competitors around the world. But yes, the April 2nd day is a big day for the country, as the president has said. Reciprocal tariffs will go into effect. We'll have more details on that as the date nears, but our entire trade team, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Bessent, the vice president has been quite involved in these talks and discussions as well about what that will look like. And the president, as you always do, you will hear from him directly on it. Deborah Saunders, how are you?
Fine, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Former Pardon Attorney Elizabeth Boyer believes she was fired for refusing to sign off on a move to restore gun rights to actor Mel Gibson. DOJ's Todd Blanche says no. But I want to know, is the administration dedicated to restoring gun rights to felons have served their times. I ask this because I've talked to people who are pardoned. They felt that was important. Of course, this isn't necessarily for a pardon. What is the president's thinking on this issue?
Sure.
After you've served your sentence, should you have gun rights?
It's an important question. It is one I have not spoken to the president about on his views, but I will take it to him this afternoon. I will tell him you asked, and we will get you an answer. You're welcome. Jonathan.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. A question for you regarding the administration complying with judges' orders. I want to ask about an administration.
Wait, where is he? Where is he?
Roll it and see.
Spokesperson, who's the borders of
There he is. Is he
Tom
in front?
Homan. He was on Fox News.
We love Tom Homan.
And he was talking about the deportations, and he said the following. He said, "We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think," which seems to me, just reading that, that you don't care what orders come from the federal bench. Is that the case? Can you clarify that, please?
Well, I think since you just quoted Tom, I'll quote Tom. He said, I don't care what the judges think, but I can assure you that the administration is complying with the court order. And as I've said repeatedly from this podium, all of the flights that were subject to the judge's written order departed before the written order. And we are prepared to make that case in court later this afternoon. Reagan.
I'll say again, when it comes to this situation right here, these little federal judge orders, I'm sorry. In all honesty, they need to go through the Supreme Court. They need to go to the Supreme Court. This is why I say the Supreme Court should have automatically vetoed their little orders. Like, no, you need to come to us. Let us make that decision.
Well, they can file an injunction, or they can. Then it has to work its way up to the courts. Okay,
right? But they're gumming. I mean, like that guy said, that was the one that said they were throwing gold bars off the Titanic. When he was talking to that male reporter, thinking that he was gonna get his little pucker plug that night.
Okay.
He was saying, yeah, we've got people in the Pentagon and whatnot. We're gonna actively sabotage Trump's presidency, yada yada yada. And it's like, you know what? I mean, I get it. This is small. This is an annoyance. These are annoyances. But the thing about it is that your annoyances are very childish and petty, and it's like, how do you not understand that? Because we know you're a Democrat, we know you're an activist. You look very, very, very un-American. You look anti-American in your TDS.
To us, but not to their constituents. You got to remember, who they represent is more important than us.
Man, ooh. These people are they hurt my nerves.
Everybody knew this is coming. Okay, I mean, this pushback, and they were actually pushing back well before he even took office. So you knew this was coming.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it has to shake out. We haven't even got to 100 days yet, and he's moving really fast. So people are all shook up because I think he's moving fast just because of this. They're going to get irritated, but the thing is, by the time they get themselves together, most of the stuff will already be done.
Yeah, I think the beauty of all of this is that AOC is leading all Democrats in the polls as far as popularity at a whopping 10%.
The president.
Okay.
A whopping 10%.
AOC lost her when she sold out during the Ukraine thing. Basically, she lost all her credibility for most Democrats.
Yeah,
yeah, she's a party girl now.
She's under investigation for not only hiring an illegal, but also for harboring, aiding and abetting illegal.
When they start going through the books, some of the stuff is going to be official through the White House. Some of the stuff is just going to leak out. So you're going to get a lot of leaks.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what's coming. So I don't know. We all knew this stuff is coming. So whatever secrets you got, it's going to come out. You're going to have to face it. Okay?
And they're pushing for Ilhan Omar to have her citizenship revoked and deported. Members of Congress are doing that.
Okay. I mean, it could happen. I doubt it's going to happen, but it could happen. But the thing is that a lot of your dirty laundry is gonna get aired. Okay, that's
Mhm.
that's the hey, you know.
I think they're going to get her on her anti-Semitic remarks.
Well, you know, basically, this is going to be the administration out. Okay, you got to know he's going to come gunning for you.
Yeah.
Okay? And so, and he has the NSA and all this stuff. He sees all this stuff, right? What stuff is he going to release? That's the only issue. How far will he go? Or when will he stop?
Oh my God, I can't. It's gonna be a hot summer.
I mean, what you know? The thing is, what I don't understand is people on the left complaining. Right? We've been begging for this for 50 years. Whether you like the dude or not, we've been begging for what's going on right now with them going in and uncovering all this mess for 50 years.
But BGS, wait. Wasn't they supposed to be the party of the people to uncover all the corruption and dirt?
Yeah, they were. But guess what happened? Batman didn't do his job, so Joker has to come in and do it, right?
You know, what you just say it with me, throwing Summertown, hot town, summer in the city, back of my neck getting dirt and gritty.
RICO is not a crime. It is a category. What is the
It's a category of crime.
Come on.
Now, can I speak on that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is how you know they're not voting for intelligent people. RICO is a crime against what? Organized crime.
Yeah.
Hence the name, crime.
Yes.
You have a hierarchy or rank and file system of, say it with me now, folks, crime. So it is a crime. It's one of the biggest ways you can get gang members, which has what? A hierarchical or rank and file of what? Organized, say it with me, folks. Crime.
Yeah, I know.
God damn.
We argue with these kind of people on a daily basis on our
You know what? It's this new job I took where I'm working with people who are former police and corrections, and we all said it best. We don't really care for civilians too much. We don't. It's like talking to these motherfuckers.
Like I say, civilians, right?
Yeah.
That's why I start calling them civilians. Okay.
Let's get to it.
I don't care what the judges think, but I can assure you that the administration is complying with the court order. And as I've said repeatedly from this podium, all of the flights that were subject to the judge's written order departed before the written order. And we are prepared to make that case in court later this afternoon.
If I could, on Russia, the president, as you pointed out, Karoline, made some remarks on Air Force One coming back from Florida. And he seemed to indicate that the conversation tomorrow concerns essentially dividing up assets, dividing up territory associated with the war in Ukraine. Has President Zelensky given President Trump that authority? Is that what is going to take place tomorrow?
Well, as you know, the president and his entire national security team have been engaged directly with President Zelensky and the Ukrainian team. And that has been part of the discussion between the president's team and the Ukrainians. As for where those lines will be drawn or any specifics, I am not going to get into that from this podium. It would be unwise for me to get ahead of the president's call with President Putin tomorrow. But again, I can assure you, in the effort of transparency, as this president always does, you will hear from him or one of us directly after that phone call tomorrow. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. There's a lot of focus on the judicial branch right now. The president has about 40 judicial appointments that he could make at this moment. Do you have an update on what the timeline would look like for those judicial appointments? And does the president have a list of potential nominees that he's vetting?
I do not have an update on a timeline, nor do I have a list, but I can certainly have our team gather that for you and provide it. You're welcome. Sure. Go ahead. Sure.
Caroline. So the president is visiting the
He's off screen.
Center this afternoon to attend a board meeting. A question about what happened a few weeks ago. The Kennedy Center got bomb threats targeting a performance by Shingyun Performing Arts, which is an American company showcasing China before communism. This company has been targeted, unfortunately, by the CCP for years. I'm wondering if this administration has a response to this, and also as the president is putting an emphasis on arts and culture, what's the administration's message to potentially foreign state actors who are trying to disrupt that in the U.S.?
Don't disrupt it. This administration will take that very seriously and hold you accountable. We obviously condemn any violence or threats of violence against American institutions. And the president will be traveling to the Kennedy Center later this afternoon. I look forward to going with him. As you know, he is now the chairman of the board of the Kennedy Center, where he hopes to restore arts and culture that embrace American tradition, don't disparage it, as we have unfortunately seen over the past several years. The president will be doing a tour of the center. In his business developer mind, I'm sure he will make some recommendations on how the center itself can be improved, but also will be discussing perhaps some future plays and musicals and theatrical programs that the center will be hosting under his new leadership and the board's new leadership. Daniel.
Will the president be discussing with Putin tomorrow the future of Volodymyr Zelensky? Sort of a follow-up to John's question.
Again, I've been asked and answered this question now. I'm not going to get ahead of the president's discussion tomorrow, but after the phone call takes place, I can certainly provide a readout. Daniel.
You know what? You was right. The journalism has fallen so far in the past 50 years. How many times they done answer that question 3-4 times so far, haven't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jesus, pay attention. You're not going to get a different answer.
Karoline, thank you so much. You mentioned earlier in the briefing that you guys are at the 10-yard line of peace. Given the amount of progress that you've made in such a short amount of time, is that an indictment of the previous administration's foreign policy stance? And is it just more proof that you need to talk to people to sort of get things done?
I think so. I think the previous administration is the reason this war began. As President Trump often says, this war would have never started if he were still in office. It only started because of the incompetence and the weakness of the previous administration. And President Trump is very proud of the progress that he and his team have made in such a short amount of time. And hopefully tomorrow that progress will move forward. Sure.
Thanks. There have been some media reports just in the last few hours that the administration has decided to withdraw from the International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine, which is designed to hold Putin accountable for war crimes. Are you able to confirm that? And if that has occurred, why has that occurred?
I'm not able to confirm it because I have not heard that. I will caution. I know there have been many inaccurate and misleading reports from Reuters lately, so I would caution anybody taking that seriously. But I can check in and get back to you.
Rachel. Is it the president's belief that the Justice Department should be investigating members of the January 6th Select Committee? Is he directing the DOJ to do that?
As the president made it very clear in his address on Friday, I believe some of you were there, I was there. He made his vision for what he would like to see of the Department of Justice very clear, but he said that he has appointed great people in Attorney General Pam Bondi and also in our FBI Director Kash Patel to do what they think is best for our justice system and to stop the weaponization of justice that we saw under the previous administration against not just President Trump, but his supporters as well. We want to restore the Department of Justice to an institution that focuses on fighting law and order and crime and putting real criminals behind bars, not targeting Americans because of their religion or their political speech. We saw that under the previous administration, and it's unacceptable to this president.
I got to say this about her.
Go ahead.
Trump sure got a tiger shark, didn't he?
Yes.
You picked
hand-picked tiger shark.
Yeah.
He got a hand-picked tiger shark, didn't he?
His whole staff is like this. It's not just.
Oh yeah. You gotta think about his staff, his whole administration.
Yeah.
You know.
They're like the kid's a killer, right? They're all killers.
Anything's
They're a bunch of.
with her no looking ass. You don't know which way she was looking. Telling them lies. She can look you in the eye and lie to you. And you can halfway believe it. I never could believe a word coming out of Sarah's mouth.
And you got to think about it, right? This lets you know when the Democratic Party had nothing.
Mm-hmm.
When you knew what he was going to do, he told you before day one that he was coming for heads, going to roll.
Yeah.
And he meant that. It was after he survived that attempted assassination.
Yeah.
He looked at it like it was his divine right of God.
Yeah. Well, that's why I have to put that up. The Blues Brothers when they said we're on a mission from God.
And his mission comes first before everything. And he's so devout in his beliefs and his basically his convictions right now that he's got the attorney general, he's got lawyers up the yin yang. What can we do? And I'm going to do a story later this week when I'm off about they transported 200 people from MS-13 and another gang to El Salvador, and and guess what the El Salvadorian president said when the judge tried to file it? He said, "Oops, too late." he tweeted it, "Oops, too late." And right now, if we have El Salvador still as an ally, and remember, Trump always remembers who screwed him and who helped him.
Yeah, well, El Salvador the new president has a beef against MS-13 because they damn near killed the country. There's a big beef.
And he has such a serious beef. They went from 52 murders per capita a year to like per citizen to 2.
Yeah.
It was an accident. It was an accident.
It wasn't just the
president. The death out there.
What happened is the locals got tired of that. They started arming themselves and they start running.
They started fighting back.
They started running local militias.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about the. I'm also going to give everybody a treat because I'm going to give my thoughts on the black folks who armed themselves when those neo-Nazis came to their town. And oh my God, that is so funny. And and it's funny because I'll give you a quick clue. I'm actually proud of them. My father always said, God helps those who helps themselves.
I mean, you got 400 million of these little instruments in the United States, right? You might as well protect yourself with them.
Exactly. And I'm like this. Am I against black people who arm themselves? When they had neo-Nazis come there, they got their asses handed to them, but
they let you know we ain't messing around, okay?
We ain't our great grandpappies. And even he shot at them. But they said, they were putting out flyers and they said, okay, cross that gun line, boss. I think that I think people will enjoy those shows coming up. But Bay, roll that beautiful Bing footage.
All right. Oh wait, it was something she said. I wanted to hold on. Let me back it up a second.
To stop the weaponization of justice that we saw under the previous administration against not just President Trump but his supporters as well.
That's what. Okay, so in case y'all are wondering, what's taking them so long to do what they said they were going to do as far as criminal justice and everything and the investigations that need to take place and whatnot, understand that the DOJ and the FBI, they are still activists. I mean, you had people in the FBI that was snitching on the ICE raids.
Yes, yeah, they were. Yeah.
Right. So, and you have FBI agents. I never covered this story, y'all, where you had FBI agents saying that if they get fired, they were going to leak state secrets to Russia.
Okay. Good luck.
I mean, I'm like, are you serious, huh?
Good luck. Good. I told this nameless. Okay. Y'all can do whatever you want. Do not allow this man to run a jihad on you because he will. You can do that. You can do all of that. You can leak state secrets, all that kind of stuff. Don't get caught in these 4 years. Okay.
This is the wrong
guy. It's wrong man to do this against. Okay.
What did you say, AB? What were you about to say?
Okay, if you want to commit treason, that's fine. Don't get
I
mad.
mean, if you want to leak state secrets to Russia, you need to go over there and sit next to what was Snowden.
Snowden. Have a seat, comrade.
Have a seat, comrade. Yeah,
The beef soup is lovely this time of year.
And guess what?
He probably would have told you, what, Snowden, a year ago, I would have arrested you behind.
Yeah,
You know what's funny?
What's that?
And by the way, go ahead and leak them secrets and try to go over to Russia, and guess what's going to happen? You just gave Putin a bargaining chip.
Yeah.
Oh,
You just gave him a bargaining chip, and not only he's going to try to, you're going to make Putin look more and more like the good guys.
I mean, basically, Putin is Donald Trump's friend. Okay, you gonna go
Basically.
sell state secrets to him? Okay, and in order to do what?
For them to go share a glass of cognac and vodka,
Yeah,
and laugh at you.
And laugh at you, and hopefully Putin doesn't turn you in.
So KMS, we will get to your $20 super chat or whatnot. We will get to that. We're almost at the end of her press conference.
I mean, it's off topic. I'll answer it when
Yeah, as soon as we finish.
Yeah,
right. But the thing about it is, what I was just to close it out. They are making those guys take a lie detector test, which they should have been doing already. So they're sending those guys through lie detector tests in order to root out the bad, quote unquote, bad actors. Everybody else that failed it, you're getting fired. That's how they're handling it.
Yep.
So let Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, let them clean out the DOJ and the FBI. I said this. I was like, they're hiring like crazy. So if you're a former anything or current and you want to change careers,
move up.
Yeah, this is your chance.
Yeah,
this is your chance, especially if you're military or former police officer. Like
how many years have I said this?
Yeah, it's been about at least 7.
Yeah, this is your chance.
I told people.
You really said it right after the Trump did the little thing in January 6th. You really said that.
What did I say? The keys of the kingdom are yours, black people. I even did one 4 years later.
What did Spock say in Rathacon? Sauce for the goose, Mr. Savage. The odds are even.
Yes.
Yeah. This is a black job.
It's a black job. And it's a hell of a black job.
Yeah.
You should be more than happy to go and, arrest some dude out in Iowa banging on his keyboard talking. I'm gonna hurt the such and such. I don't want to get flagged. I'm gonna hurt the such and such.
I'm just here so I don't get flagged. Yeah.
I'm only here just so I don't get flagged. But anyway, I told people this for years. Oh, Trump does a lot of things.
Oh,
that's
boy.
my favorite Star Trek movie.
it actually was the best Star Trek movie ever produced.
Yeah, so. I remember I sat down with my then girlfriend. We watched the original Star Trek episode.
Yeah.
Then we watched the movie because I was like, "Oh, you gotta see? You ain't seen?" So I put it on. She was like, "Oh, that was pretty good." I'm like, yeah.
Even got to see the Kobayashi Maru.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've told all you Negroes, look, Trump's gonna get rid of all these DEI people. If you're good at what you do, you're gonna be recruited.
There's gonna be a whole lot of white woman tears, boy.
I'm gonna tell you what. If you're former police, former paramedic, former military, they're gonna have a job for you. When my partner today, she tried to say, "You voted for Trump." She's a black female, but she's a dude, meaning she loves her father. But I explained to her, I said, "Let me ask you this question: if he gets rid of DEI, how many black people are benefited by DEI? less than 4%. Exactly.
Yeah, if you talk about black men, it's probably like maybe 1%.
1%. I said, "Are you good at being a police officer?" She's like, "Yeah." So,
them border patrol jobs you get shot at, I'm good.
Like you don't get shot at being a cop, but it's okay.
Yeah, but you get sniped at them border patrol jobs. I'd rather at least know I'm walking into a dangerous situation.
Hey.
Yes, but go on. I'm sorry.
Been there, done that. I forgot people. I'm a coward, but I'm sorry. I'm just being sorry.
You want to drop. I don't know if they can see, but you want to drop a link to your whatchamacallit so people can come to your channel.
Oh, I'm gonna know.
So, yeah, because the only way I'm doing this so you can get your channel, get visibility. So,
yeah, drop, Bay.
Yeah, send it to me in the back chat so that way I can post it and everybody can get a looky-loo.
Yeah, the looky-loo. So while because I got 218 people watching. So
Okay.
Yeah, send it to me in the back chat, fellas.
So
that way I can copy paste the link. And that way it goes out to everybody.
Yeah, so pimp your channel.
Yeah.
We're gonna put my channel on the host roll.
Yeah, hey, let it do what it do, man.
Let me say this: I hate black jobs.
I hate that jobs.
I hate that black Whoopi Goldberg lips. I hate those uniforms.
I hate the back of Forrest Whitaker's neck. It's in the back there. So if anybody, when I post it, I'm gonna have some good material for y'all, especially when I'm off.
Yeah.
Getting used to this new gig. I got my channel up there, so everybody hit the link, double hit to make sure you get the solid colored bell.
Yeah, Charles will tell you, there's a link up there. Charles can tell you the only reason he doesn't do foreign contract work is because he got a son.
Yeah, and he's turning 18 this year, and I'm like, yeah, you get your EMT, you coming with me. I put him in positions, him and his friends in positions. Let me put it to you this way, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've actually helped young black men, and I asked them, I said, how much did you make an hour when you were 20 or 21? What's the highest you made at 21? Anybody?
21?
21?
I was still in school. I think I was making like $3.75 an hour or something like that.
That's a long time ago. About 12, 13. That was back in 1980s, something like that.
Last year at BlurCon, I had 20 and 21-year-olds making $100 every half an hour.
Okay. Good money.
But I forgot. I don't do anything for those black boys. I'm a weirdo. But like Reading Rainbow says, don't take my word for it. I'm going to tell y'all now. I'm going to have an unholy jihad about some of the stuff I'm going to say because it's going to be past time and past due that a lot of people had to get out, just like I had to tell my partner. Be pragmatic. Get out your emotions. Look what's happening. Why am I going to feel sorry for somebody who was going to replace you? I said, Trump, he doesn't like black. I said, Trump probably hung around more black people than me. Because at one point, people forget in the 80s and 90s, the only people who accepted him like that were black.
Hell, he was hosting gay weddings at Mar-a-Lago.
Exactly.
Trump? Oh.
Yeah, he's holding gay weddings at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah. I mean, they're his friends, so
There's friends, you got to think about it.
He's in the Hollywood circle, so they're his friends.
So you got to remember, instead of saying you don't like the personality, look at what the reasoning and what they're doing. Can I benefit? Can my people benefit? What did I always say? If black people took control of a necessary function of society, i.e. military, i.e. police departments, i.e. fire departments, you become an incredibly powerful bloc when it comes to political gains.
The thing is with black folks, man, I keep trying to tell civilians, okay, it doesn't have to have your name on it for you to take advantage of it.
Exactly.
You know, Obama did a lot of stuff for you, but it didn't have your name on it. Okay, but you guys didn't want to take advantage of it. You put the stuff out there, but you got to go get it. Trump did a lot of stuff behind the scenes, but didn't have your name on it. But the thing is, you got to go get that stuff. I always got to have my name on it. I want black on it. Black. The hell with all that.
I try to tell a little knucklehead that you talk about first step back was for white people. I'm like, what? Like what, boy? Anyway.
Okay, hold on. Before we start free chatting,
Mm.
let's finish
ahead,
this.
keep going.
Go ahead. My bad.
No,
We
y'all
want to
right.
restore the Department of Justice to an institution that focuses on fighting law and order and crime and putting real criminals behind bars, not targeting Americans because of their religion or their political speech. We saw that under the previous administration, and it's unacceptable to this president.
And just to follow up really quickly on just Homan's comments from earlier, a few weeks ago in the Oval Office, the president said he will always abide by the courts. We heard what Tom Homan said earlier today. So I'm only asking just to be clear for the American people. It is the administration's belief that that you feel like you are bound to comply by the judge's orders?
We are complying with the judge's orders.
Question on the storm.
Sure.
What role does the president see for FEMA with these storms? He's talking about getting rid of FEMA, states handling their own disasters. Does he plan to change how the federal government responds to these storms?
There hasn't been a change yet. That doesn't mean there couldn't be in the future. But as of right now, the president, the entire administration are actively monitoring the storms, as I said. In fact, before I came down here, there was an email note in my inbox from the Department of Homeland Security on what they are actually doing state by state across the board. So rest assured, Secretary Noem and her team is on it, and I would defer you to the Department of Homeland Security for any further details.
One more question. The president referenced power plants with a conversation with Vladimir Putin. What is he referring to with power plants? What is that?
There's a power plant that is on the border of Russia and Ukraine that was up for discussion with the Ukrainians, and he will address it in his call with Putin tomorrow.
The nuclear plant.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Caroline?
Do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you if you would be releasing more granular data about the people who were sent to El Salvador this week. Particularly, will you be releasing their names?
I don't believe so because of the privacy concerns at this point in time. That doesn't mean we won't eventually. I would defer you to the Department of Homeland Security for more details on the individuals on the flights. But we have been incredibly transparent in giving you the breakdown of the numbers and also some of the crimes committed by these heinous criminals and individuals: kidnapping, sexual abuse of a child, robbery, aggravated assault on a police officer. I would remind everybody in this room that Tren de Aragua is a foreign terrorist organization operating within the United States of America because the previous administration allowed them to invade our country. These are monsters who tortured, raped, and murdered a 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungre. They murdered 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley. They led a multi-state sex trafficking operation involving smuggling women into the United States, holding them in stash houses in Louisiana, Florida, New Jersey, Texas, and Virginia, and forcing them into prostitution. They kidnapped and murdered a 33-year-old woman in Texas. They sexually and physically assaulted a woman and her daughter in Wisconsin. They conducted a mass shooting in Illinois. They peddled untraceable ghost guns across New York City, took over an Aurora, Colorado apartment complex where they kidnapped and tortured victims. And by the way, many of you in the mainstream media said that didn't happen. It turned out that it did. And because of the effective immigration policies of this administration, those foreign terrorists were detained and they are no longer operating on American soil. And we have President Trump to thank for that. We'll see you guys later at the Kennedy Center. Thanks so much.
Say it again, white girl. Oh my!
Got the DMX Center. She got that dog in her.
I'm trying to get that smile.
You know what
terrorists were detained and they are no longer operating on a.
No, go ahead, finish.
I want to get that smile. There we go. I want to get that smile.
When we first presented that, before the election, people kept coming at me that this was not true. All the stuff that we were saying, they were saying this is not true. Guess what? It all comes out in the wash, right?
I know it's true because somebody from Colorado was a little quiet, but that's another story.
You know what's funny? Guess where I was training for like about 5 months.
Yeah, you were right there.
Yeah, guess who had the connects and talk to people about it?
Yeah.
Guess who actually read the reports?
Yeah.
A lot of y'all, I'm going to say this, a lot of y'all don't know the resources y'all have in this space.
Yeah, well, we try to keep you. So some of that we try to keep you guys on the low. Okay.
We try to.
Yeah, because I know a whole bunch of people I try to keep on the low.
I'm just so out in the open sometimes.
Some of them working for the UN. I'm not gonna say who, but you know.
Oh,
UN, DOD, a whole
You
bunch of
know,
people.
Capitol,
Yeah.
U.S. Capitol Police.
Oh yeah,
FBI,
FBI,
CIA,
some
Special
more folk.
Operations,
Navy intelligence.
NSA.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know, I told people. Remember when I told you when everybody kept denying me January 6th, and they were like, "You don't know what's going on. I'm literally on the phone with the Negro right now."
As
Oh yeah, I was giving people details that nobody else knew about.
Yeah.
On January 6th. I'm like, yeah, they went in there and threw shit everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling y'all what the hell's going on while he's fighting the dudes.
Yeah, I mean, even under COVID, everything that our team said about COVID, guess what? Is 100% true. Okay, they even filing lawsuits on the same things that we said about it. No, that ain't true. Okay,
we're even better than your local news.
Yeah, yeah, much better. Huh?
Y'all see this?
What?
U.S. Steel. Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
So hold on. Let me.
By the way, Bay, how's the price of eggs looking and gas?
Pretty good. We talked about that. Pretty good. Now, remember he had that energy press conference. Trump did.
Okay.
U.S. Steel was one of the markets. I bought 10 shares of this stuff.
Okay.
And as you can see, since March 10th, it's just been on a steady uphill climb.
Mm-hmm.
Because these, like, especially the car manufacturing companies, they're coming back to the United States. And the only reason why I'm bringing this up because ABM said the next 4 years should be great for black men if we take advantage. This is how you take advantage.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not out there, if you're, you got the money, you see it's only $40 a share right now.
Mm-hmm.
It was cheaper than this when I bought it. That's why I bought 10 shares.
Mm-hmm.
They're using U.S. Steel because they have that government contract. They're coming in, reformatting these factories and everything. Where do you think they're getting the metal from?
And plus, with the tariffs, they can't import steel from where?
From anywhere.
From China.
Yeah.
China's the biggest steel makers. If you can't import it and want to use steel locally, where do they have to buy it?
Click on the 1 year. Oh, click on the 1 year. All right. I'll go on the 1 year. Boom. As you can see, with most stock,
double
roller
bottom.
coasters. Yeah, roller coasters.
That's a double bottom. Yeah, that's a good indication.
Yeah.
Right where you bought it. That's good.
Yeah, I bought it right around. No,
right
it wasn't here. It was right around the 28th.
Yeah. On a dip. Okay. Yeah. But,
then it dipped and then it shot back up.
Yes, I'm looking at the double bottom at 30. I think that is. Okay.
Right here.
Yeah.
December 20th, and what is that?
Yeah. Right after the election. Okay, December 2024. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your double bottom is. Yeah.
Yeah.
You look for it.
Up.
Yeah.
They got that contract, man. Come on. This is where y'all supposed to make it. I mean, I'm not trying to give out financial advice, but I got right here, what was it? NVIDIA, Apple, and of course US Steel. Oh, and IBM.
Oh yeah, and shout out to the $5 holla by the electrical one known as 480.
Okay.
God damn it, we love you, brother. You goddamn supported you.
Right, because Apple, he made the contract with Apple with the jobs that they're going to bring. What was it? 200,000, 500,000 jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Plus, you're going to be using their products, as with NVIDIA, which is the AI stuff, and IBM. Understand, they're going to be, these companies coming back, they're going to be using these people's programs. They're all under government contracts. So I'm like, here, well, use this.
And by the way,
it's going to be a hot summer.
This spring and summer, I'm going to give black people a cheat sheet because they have us doing armed security for the Apple stores. Apple is giving free classes in coding. Various levels, drawing, and all kinds of computer-oriented things, Apple Intelligence, for free this entire summer. Send your kids say it with me now. Send your kids. Send your teenagers, send your young kids. You're getting free coding classes from Apple. Why? Because they're being supported by who? Go ahead, Bay. Say it.
I'm sorry. I'm multitasking. What was the question?
I said go send your kids to these free coding classes and computer classes from Apple in the Apple stores. Why? Because they're being supported by who, Bay?
By the government.
I'm giving y'all a cheat sheet.
Yeah, he's kind of said that they want to reskill, and that's something. If you really listen to David Schweikert, he's giving you the code about what's getting ready to happen economically. Okay, about stuff.
And by the way, Apple, if you go through the classes and you do well enough, they will hire you on the spot as either tech, coding. Hell, if you could fix the phones and the iPhones, they will hire you on the spot and your kids.
Yeah.
You know what?
They need talent.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna look up copper. Let me see what copper is looking like. Because if it looks good,
copper's gonna be high because there's a separation between the BRICS and the West. So
all right, well, let's see what we're looking at here. Southern Corp is at 97, Freeport is at 39, and Mac Copper. Which copper stock is best? They say Southern Copper. All right, Southern Copper. Can y'all see that? Y'all see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Wow. And one day they climbed up. Let's see what their 6 month looked like. Oh, they were they were in free fall. But it seems like after March 4th, they've been climbing up.
Yeah, because now because of the tariffs and stuff like that, it's going to climb because now you have to buy from them. In other words, they don't have the competition of cheap supplies from overseas. So it's going to happen.
So it's about 97. Let me see what happens. I'm gonna give it till Friday. Well, no, I probably shouldn't because if you look at the 1 day, 5 day, okay, I'll
go back to the 6 month.
I'm looking at. I'm like, man, like maybe I should deal with this tonight.
You already got a double bottom, and it cleared. It looks like it just cleared its whatchamacallit. It's resistance. So,
yeah, because 85 was its lowest on March 4th.
Basically, give it a day. Make sure that you don't get a retrace. Okay, so make sure it cleared its resistance from. You can see it right there where the resistance is. Back maybe. I don't know what date that is, but it looks like it looks like.
Let me go right or left.
No, go right.
Okay. We're right here.
No. Well, next one over. That's your resistance right there.
Okay. When it dropped on the 20th.
Yeah, when it clears the resistance, it goes above. Then you should be good to go.
Yeah. Let's see. It looked like it had a somewhat of a battle on the 21st.
Yeah.
On the 26th it fell out.
Yeah.
To about to the 4th. Yeah, it looked like it's on the strong comeback.
Yeah.
You know what?
Because it's
I'm gonna give it a couple days. I'm gonna give it till Friday. I'm gonna see what it looks like. Time Friday.
Because it's right bumping right up against this short-term resistance. So I would make sure it clears it first.
Yeah. Let me see what it does by Friday, and then I'll make a decision on it then. We're not giving out stock tips. It's just this is what we're talking about. I mean, I
haven't done it in a long time.
Each one teach one. That's what I call it. Each one teach one.
Just looking at the chart, it looks like it's already bottomed out though.
Well, no, does it have a dividend?
You ever got a 5 year?
Yeah, let's see here. Let's go 5 year.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It hasn't done that bad. Basically,
it's been a steady growth.
Yeah, it had a little retracement. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
But so it might go back up to its highs. Looking at the 5 year. So once it clears its resistance, basically.
Yeah, it's been growing. Yeah, I see why people like them. They've been on a steady growth pattern. I would say since November 14, 2008.
Yeah, it basically what you see with that dip, it bounced off the trend line. That was retracement. There was people selling, taking profit right there when it dipped. So
Damn, they really shot out on the 20th. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, they really shot up on March 20th of 2020.
Yeah, COVID. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Plus you got a lot of these, wire. You have copper is going to be needed because you have to build this modern infrastructure.
You got to do the
5G and smart
5G computers.
And
a lot of your radio towers and a lot of your conductors.
And if Trump's going to put people back to work, or boots on the ground, put people back to work, then you're going to have to need these supplies. So, yeah.
And I keep telling you, all you brothers in electrical, y'all know. All you brothers in welding, you know. All you brothers, hey, trades are making a comeback.
Get it while it's good.
Look,
all right, so I just had to
before the robots come in and get it while it's hot.
I'm gonna tell you, start your LLCs now. Just saying. I think I was saying this 4 years ago.
Yeah.
You can't trust their own people anymore.
Scorched earth, yeah, they should do it, but the thing is, you got to remember, they're 20 years too late. They're 20 years behind, so they have to play catch up. They should have been doing this 20 years ago. In fact, they're saying the same thing. They weren't training. They're training these IT guys to stay in India. They're training the IT guys in India to come over here. So they're trying to save money instead of training your own people here. But
too busy trying to screw the niggers. But anyway,
no, they went not really. Okay, it's about money. It had nothing to do with color because white boys didn't get it either.
Oh well.
I mean, it take a while to explain. Basically, for to train somebody like that, especially those skills, it costs 5 times more. It's cheaper to train them over someplace else and then bring them here after they've been trained.
Yeah, and right now they need you, man. They need you badly because they're giving out classes they're doing 2-hour classes.
They're behind, so now they have to all the talent that they've basically ignored. Now they have to go dig. They have to dig down and find it because evidently Trump is threatening to cut off the H-1B visa. So basically now you got to find all this homegrown talent as fast as you can.
Again.
They should have done this in the first place, and now, especially if the Indians and Chinese start to go home and stay there. Okay,
when BGF, when he did it his first term, how many black people Trump when he cut the visas?
Yeah.
How many black people? That's how racist.
They weren't. You listen to the white black women, okay?
And it's funny because this is the beautiful thing. You got to hold for the pun of the joke, BGS. The pun of it was those same black women was praying for Trump to come back because they realized how much money they were making hand over fist in business and on their jobs because the H-1 visas were struck down.
No.
All right, hold on a second. All right, look, I normally do the money shows on Sunday. All right. I normally do the money shows on Sunday. Haven't been doing them lately because they're not getting any traction. But if y'all want, I will do the money shows. I'll go back to doing the money shows on Sunday, but I will only post them in the Patreon. You can subscribe to my Patreon for free. I will drop the link to my Patreon. I'll put them in the free section. So, but I'll just put them there and understand I'm not a stockbroker or money manager or anything like that. It's just us guys talking smack on the internet. So this is my Patreon. It's free. Again, it's free.
Okay.
Did it go through?
I'm trying to check my page and see if people can see your stuff on my page. So.
I wonder why I just hit the villainous news when I'm not even.
I don't know.
That's weird. So just look for it on Sunday. I'll probably drop it after 12 o'clock, so there's that.
Yeah, basically highlight it so people can see it because it's not showing up on my page. Okay.
Matter of fact, I got it as a banner.
Okay.
Lewis, are you still there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lewis.
Yeah.
Lewis.
I'm here right now. I'm monitoring right now. Breaking news: the U.S. just sunk our Iranian ship. I'm trying to get more info.
Oh, okay.
Oh hell! Here we go.
All right, so.
Oh boy.
I know. Oh, just when you thought you were out of the nuclear war zone.
Oh boy.
I know. So let's get into this Fonnie Willis situation because it goes right into this super chat. Said, forgive me for being off topic, but this will be my super chat going forward. Black men, there will never be a lack of women needing protection and provision. Why in the hockey puck would you choose one who brings headache? Peace is paramount. Because if y'all haven't noticed, Deshaun Watson got engaged. He got engaged right after all this craziness is going on with, these celebrity dudes.
Okay.
But in all honesty, screw all that. Fonnie Willis violated the open records law. They ordered her to pay $54K in attorney's fees.
That's not dropping the bucket for her.
If she got it.
She probably can go and get it out of her petty cash out of her house. Okay.
Yeah, she walked around with big stacks of cash in her mattress.
Your girlfriend's in trouble. Your girlfriend's in trouble.
I ain't my girlfriend. I'm just gonna trick on her. She ain't my girlfriend.
You just gonna trick on her. What kind of shit is that?
I'm just gonna trick on her. Hey, I just want a shot, man. I just want to see how it is.
I just want a one-time shot.
Hey, hey, Toots. Why they call you Gorilla Grip?
And it looks like they're gonna try to make her pay the cost of Trump's lawyers in the election meddling case.
Yeah. You think you thought they forgot about you? Well, of course not. Okay. Yeah, but I just want to say to answer Candace's chat. Basically, what's really the thing is, and I've been saying this for a very long time, right? When after Trump gets finished doing what he's doing, there's going to be a lot of women looking for chairs. Okay, a lot of women of all colors, sizes, shapes, and races. Okay, pick the best woman for you. Okay, don't accept no BS, no headache. Pick the best for you. Okay, if like I said, if we've been telling black women for like 20 years, all right? This is coming, okay? So if she dies, she dies. Okay? It ain't you. Put the mask on yourself first, okay? If you want somebody to feel sorry for him, go to Bay. It ain't me, okay? Bay might feel sorry for him.
I'll feel sorry for him. You're safe now.
Yeah.
Safe now.
Bay feel sorry for him, right? Okay. I ain't gonna feel sorry for him. You know this was coming. You said when you was using sign language on us, you didn't think about that, did you? Okay.
Here you go, baby. Wipe your mouth.
You wipe your mouth to see. Let Bay comfort them, right? It ain't me.
Wipe your mouth, honey. There you go. There you go.
Here's a blanket for you. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Go sleep outside. We ain't got no room in the house.
I'm gonna be driving by with the deuces sign. Okay.
No room in the inn.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God.
No.
We got a manger for you, baby. We got a manger outside for you.
No, what you say, old man? Mamba out.
Mamba out. Yep.
No, but her and who's that other chick? Letitia James, still out there trying to shake her broomstick. I know that's your linebacker beauty.
Don't rag on my girl. Hey. If y'all spell Gorilla Grip, y'all better spell Letitia, goddammit.
Hey,
none of them.
Hey, if you had to go to jail, baby, I'll put money on your books. I'll put money on your books, okay?
I ain't dealing with it. So, oh wow, is this true?
What?
Hold on, let's take a look at this. Is this true?
What?
Let's hear what he got to say.
From all parts of the political spectrum, one of the
Apparently, says Pam Bondi indicting AOC on federal charges over illegal migrant hiring scandal. That's actually a question mark.
I heard they were looking at it.
Let's see what this brother got to say. This is Brian Maxwell. I'm subscribed to him. Okay. All right. So shout out to Brian Maxwell.
I heard they were looking at it.
All right. Let's see what's talking. See what's popping.
biggest issues that we have when it comes to immigration is the fact that we have an undocumented population. Now you can fix that by trying to build a wall, or you can fix that by trying to document people and create a path to citizenship. And
Feel clap.
We'll have folks that might say, look at these systems, that our shelter system has weight and things like that. But one of the reasons that our public systems experience weight is because people don't have a documented and reliable path to work and sustain themselves, just like all of our ancestors did, and our grandparents and great-grandparents.
Now this one is...
Hold on. But you know what they didn't do? They didn't steal somebody else's social security number. They didn't commit identity theft. For those other immigrants, all right? They didn't commit identity theft. This is why you have millions of people over the age of 100 on social security rolls. It's identity theft. That's, since, little Ratchet Crockett ones are, it's not illegal. Yeah, well, they're committing. First of all, it is illegal. Is it a civil crime? Sure, it's not a felony, but it is a civil crime that will get you deported. But once you're using somebody's social security number, now you committed a felony.
That's a federal crime, yeah.
Right. I have worked I've worked in the hotel industry. We have had hundreds of illegals working for us, and you can always tell who they are because they come. It's like a bunch of them have the same birthday.
Yeah.
At the same day,
Yeah. And the thing is that the SSI knows it because they told Obama that like 15 years ago. He said he ignored it.
Talking about some Elon, his people didn't understand the coding. It's like, dude, these people land rocket ships. I'm pretty sure they know the coding. Matter of fact, go make me a rum and coke. How about that? I bet they don't know how to do that, but you sure do.
Is going to roll some heads because, as you just heard in that previous clip, our favorite Congresswoman, Mrs. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez out of the Bronx, New York, was giving her perspective on how do we fix the illegal immigration. We fix illegal immigration, she thinks, by legalizing all of the illegal immigrants. Well, Eureka, doesn't that sound like some highly ignorant and unintelligent crap for a Congresswoman to say? Absolutely. But you want to know something? We found out why AOC has been fighting so hard for these illegal immigrants. And in this video, we're going to go through what Miss Ocasio-Cortez has been doing behind the scenes and what's coming down the pike for her. I guarantee you, she is sitting in her apartment stewing right now because she realizes she stepped on the wrong person's toes and she betrayed this country for the last time. No longer will these left-wing lunatic libtards get a chance to just spew whatever and do whatever without repercussions. We had 4 years of that. Really, you might as well say 8, because under Trump's first term, he was still kind of in a cocoon. He had a core group of people that were loyal, but as we now know, this man had Judases all around him. And even people he thought was an ally turned out to be an adversary, all because he trusted the advice of somebody else who he finds out to be a turncoat. And we could pick a name, any name you want to pick, from Christopher Wray to John Bolton. These were people that were supposedly good conservatives. And guess what? With that Biden regime, they joined the cartel and they used lawfare against their political opponents and used warfare against the American people, it seems like, economic warfare. But let's check out this article because we got some video clips about this too, of Miss Ocasio-Cortez, where Miss Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez had an illegal immigrant working on her staff. I'm not going to go through this whole article, but let me let you check this out. Former illegal immigrant AIDS, AOC, self-deports to Colombia amid questions about employment report. An illegal immigrant, let me get this on it. An illegal immigrant who once worked for Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's campaign has moved to Colombia in frustration over the pace of progressive immigration reform in the United States. It's bittersweet. I hadn't left the country in 23 years. From age 7 to 30, Diego de la Vega told Migrant Insider. Now I can't go back to the U.S. It feels like exile. It's a very permanent move, but my wife and I are confident we made the right decision. And after some time, it's been a real pleasure to be here. De la Vega came to the U.S. when he was 7 years old, but ended up illegally overstaying his visitor's visa. Protections are going away regardless of who's in the White House. The strategy hasn't adapted to the modern era he had it. Biden had a trifecta, the House, Senate, and White House, but dropped the ball. Now, did you just hear that? This illegal immigrant said that Joe Biden dropped the ball. He had the trifecta. He really did. He had the House, the Senate, and the White House. So when these libtards get out and talk like, oh, on day one, Joe Biden signed the most comprehensive piece of legislation on the border, that shows how full of crap they are, because he was the president, Nancy Pelosi was the Speaker of the House, and Chuck Schumer was the majority in the Senate. So they could have passed that just like Roe v. Wade. Why didn't they codify Roe v. Wade? It's because the Democrat Party needs these things to never be fixed because that's what they run on.
Hold on. Let me answer these questions. She couldn't fast track his work permit because he was illegal. He came to this country at 7 illegally with his parents.
Okay.
And he never got naturalized. He never did any of that. So no, there was no work permit. The second she would have tried to do any of that, him and his family would have been sent back to wherever he come from. And
isn't there something under the DACA proposal where he could have got a permit?
Well, you know, when you sit around on your lazy ass thinking that everything is cool because you haven't been caught yet, it's just like with Dexter, you're a serial killer. You never get caught, you're going to keep killing, right? Until you get caught. Yeah, well, he never got caught. But now he felt, wow, I'm about to get caught. So he self-reported.
Okay, well, you know, it is a new sheriff in town, so.
Right. So Swaggy B said, does this brother think he's on the same team? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Swaggy B?
I have no idea.
Same team as what? Like, I mean, do understand, if you're born here, you're an American. You're an American. You live here. You work here. You eat, sleep, and die here. Everything you do is right here. So
I think he's talking to somebody else in the chat. Okay, I don't think he's talking.
I hope so, because I mean that this whole racial divide stuff, and I get it. I mean, BGS, we all come. Red, Lewis, Charles, we all come from same type of.
I don't think he's talking about this particular situation. I think he's talking about something else.
All right. Well, I just want to get for the 292 that's here. Understand, at some point, the older you get, the more you mature. You know, that's why they call it wisdom. And you realize that you've wasted. I get it. When we were growing up, yeah, you had to think like this because it was a matter of survival. But things have changed dramatically. Things have changed dramatically since 2020. Yeah, it's not, you should never have been scared to get pulled over by the police, but definitely now, you mind your P's and Q's, they mind their P's and Q's for the most part. You understand? Very few understand they drummed a lot of people. They drummed a lot of people out of the police force that were quote unquote what you would call white supremacists or white.
I'm gonna tell you one thing about it. This is the worst president to do any fucking police brutality under. He is strict as shit. He believes things. He believes in order. This is the worst president to do this under because he'll make an example of your ass. You're gonna get hurt.
Yeah, people forget that it was look, Obama didn't prosecute. Trump did. They made an example out of Derek Chauvin. All right.
They made an example out of him and a few other officers.
Yeah.
They're not playing with you because what did he say? Not on my watch.
Yeah, and you're right. Don't drop your guard. I'm sorry, go ahead. You're the former cop. Let you have it. Charles.
Say it again.
You're the former cop. You tell us.
I mean, you got to think those consent decrees, when all that stuff with Michael Brown and all these other cases happened, he made an example. The DOJ was swift. It was not these slow moving. Obama want to take beers with your ass. You did something outside the law, outside the scope of your authority. You're going to pay for it with your badge and some prison time. Your career is over. And he is the one thing about Trump you will realize in both of his presidencies, he's about law and order.
And I will say this, Unsunken One is right. Don't drop your guard though. Protect yourself at all times. Trust me, I keep the power tool. I don't walk outside. I don't even take out the trash. Okay, without something to ensure that I have the upper hand. You understand me? I'm in Atlanta, but I mean because it's more than just the other folks that I got to worry about. I got to worry about my own people too. And so I get it. Yes, protect yourself at all times, but I need y'all to understand that just because you want this land where you were born and raised at to be fruitful and multiply with income, jobs, security, all right, taxes, you want them lower or gone, whatever. It does not mean that you are siding with white people.
Okay.
You live here.
Yep, that's true. Yep, you live here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be offensive when I say this, but if you've grown up in poverty, you do not want to continue that lifestyle.
Even people in poverty that talk to smack of cash those checks, okay?
So he said, I agree with you. A lot of what happened in 2020 was exaggerated fear mongering. But don't you think going hard for either side of the aisle looks weird, especially as a black man given the history? Well, see, that's the thing, Swaggy. You got to come out of that. You got to think of what's best for you. But at the same time, you can't be sitting up here trying to find the races behind the bush, because it ain't gonna make you no money. The only thing it's gonna do is stress you out, and you're gonna die early from it, from some type of cardiovascular or heart disease or something like that. Don't worry about, is this person racist or what? Don't, you got better things to do.
A lot of what happened in 20, actually, that's bullshit. Okay, it wasn't fear mongering because 40 million Chinese died of that shit in 2019. It wasn't bullshit.
Yeah, it was a lot of
Kennedy just wrote a book, and Rand Paul wrote a book. He went up, he read all the records. Go look for yourself. Okay, USAID just got questioned about financing the gain of function work that virus came out of. It's no bullshit. They're trying to the thing about suing the Chinese for the release of that virus. Okay, it's not fear mongering. Okay, now if you want to bring your paperwork against my paperwork, son, please do. I did 1.5 years on this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I even caught COVID. I never got the jab, thank God. I don't want to like Damar Hamlin.
Mongo was in the hospital for 2 weeks with COVID, okay?
If he hadn't really worried about Mongo, man.
If Mongo hadn't been Superman, Mongo would have been on the respirator. Stop playing.
Okay, so now he asked, what caused the large shift to the right? Did I miss something? Well, let me ask you something. Are you for sexually grooming little children to be gay or lesbian or trans?
Okay.
Are you into them getting puberty blockers and having their genitals cut off and mutilated?
There's a link in the freaking. Okay, I'll post the link.
Hold on, let me get it.
Well, I'm talking to him because he's asking serious questions. Why don't you come up and ask these questions, okay? Instead of doing it in chat. But go ahead and
I'll post the link. It's cool.
No. What I'm saying is, he's
Well,
on
that's
my
wrong.
thing. So
Oh, he's on your thing?
yeah.
Do you want
I
the
got,
upload?
you. I got y'all.
All right. Because I mean,
what I'm saying is, I don't know what you're arguing, man. And basically, typing in the chat is not,
let's see here.
Because we have no idea what the hell you're talking about for the most part.
He said I was more referring to the marches. I know the spread was real half. Okay. Well, here's the thing with the marches. Understand the marches. The majority of them happened under Trump, then /Biden. But when they happened under Trump didn't say nothing. He let black folks tear them statues down.
Yes.
Remember the very fine people. But what people forget, because people watch CNN, MSNBC, and The View, was that he said, hey, there were fine people on both sides who were there protesting. Then you had some bad people that came in and caused problems.
Most of them aren't.
And he condemned them for that.
Most of the protesters out there were white people. They weren't black.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yep, we want the link.
I don't know where he is, but
there he is, right there.
Okay.
There's Ed.
The thing is, most of the people out there protesting were white. Why were they protesting? It's because they got tired of being inside the house. 90% of them.
Yeah, I mean, it was wild out there. You had not only did you had them messing with kids, you had them helping to cause the war in with Ukraine. Let's see, they were stealing taxpayers' funds.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget Gaza.
They let Gaza, the Gaza Strip, they let crime run free and rampant. Matter of fact, it was so bad it was a case in I think it was in Baltimore. It was either Baltimore or Chicago, where these kids, these teenagers stole these people's car, was doing 90 miles per hour in a residential area, ran into an SUV that hit a mother and her newborn. The baby lived for 5 days with a fractured skull before it died. And you know what they charged those kids with?
What?
Trespass of a motor vehicle.
Yeah, well,
you know why? Because people elected them weak ass states attorneys or district attorneys that won't prosecute a damn thing. You're looking at you, Marilyn Mosby.
Were they legal people or aliens?
They were what? Who? The people that got hit?
The people that stole the car.
They were four young black teenagers.
Okay.
They should have went to jail for vehicular manslaughter at least.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you. What's up?
All right, I'm just trying to coming in crazy. All right. Nah, man, what's up, everybody? Yeah, man, these 21 question ass niggas, and just even with the questioning, it's like the shift to the right. I mean, I'm technically I'm a registered Democrat. So, I mean, I don't know what people are talking about. They have this idea of black people think you're voting for racism or you're voting for no racism. And I always like to cut the bullshit. Is that how you view voting? Because if that's how you view voting, you're an idiot. Because the Democratic Party is just as racist as the Republicans. They're just more overt about it. I mean, covert about it. And I mean, for real.
Covert.
Versus that's it. So people have this imagination. That's why, with Biden, it's always stuff. As you say it all the time. People go, Biden was mentored by a.
They got him.
Oh, he Borgen.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Biden was mentored by a former Grand Dragon. Biden produced the crime bill that affected black men. And yet, I mean, it's like that just doesn't register, man. And when you tell people this, they be like, they say everything but so. But that's basically what they're saying. So what? So if I vote blue, I'm voting for not racism. If I vote red, I'm voting for racism. Just admit that's what y'all think. And that way I know not to take you seriously. Because people ask all these questions, what they're trying to do, I'm saying this, I'm done, is they're trying to prosecute. They're trying to ask these questions because they want you constantly having to prove your case. And that's why BGS was like, bring the damn link so we can see what you're talking about. That way we can see what's cooking in between your ears, and not you just asking us endless questions from the safety of the chat.
Well, he's here. He's here. All right, go ahead, Swaggy. You got the floor.
Yeah, it was kudos for coming here. So yeah, we get this cooking. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just I didn't mean to be contentious about anything, and also about the
That's fine. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the VAT piece. I mean, I have family that was impacted by that as well. I was more so referring to the marches, so I didn't mean to offend anybody with that as well.
You
but
good.
I'm just trying to get an understanding of where the shift to the right happened, because I know you mentioned the whole transgender piece and everything like that, but I don't think that's not even happening on a large scale. I think it's something like 0.6% of the population.
The shift to the right happened for various things. One, illegal migrants, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
that's one, right? That's one, right? Two, you had a vast amount of inflation under Biden, right? Okay.
Was it? I mean, that was caused to the what was happening in 2020, right? They just shut down there.
No.
Hold
on. You spent $500 billion on 2 wars. Where do you think the money's going to come from?
I mean, so the Ukraine war, is that what you're talking about?
Ukraine and the Gaza war. $500 billion on those wars. Where does the money come from?
I mean, obviously we have to print it.
You have to print it, okay? You have to spend $500 billion on illegal migrants coming into the country. Where do you think the money comes from?
Can you elaborate on that? What do you mean?
You spent 400.
You said it the first time. You got to print it.
You spent $469 billion on migrants coming into the country, okay? From the states and the federal. Where do you think the money comes from?
I mean,
I got a question when we just done.
I'm asking.
We'll print it, okay?
You print in the treasury, bro.
What happens when you print money, sir?
Inflation goes up.
Inflation goes up. Plus, you change your banking laws. You start extracting more taxes out of the people, and plus, and then on top of that, you start cutting the supply chains, okay, to keep your prices down, okay, because you start all the sanctions and stuff like that, and people start moving the money around. Guess what happens to your dollar, to your money?
It becomes less valuable, I guess.
And it's less valuable. What happens when it becomes less valuable?
The purchasing power goes down. It's called what? Inflation, right? Okay. Right.
Okay. Now, those are just two things, right? Plus, you lost confidence by the propaganda of the 2 wars, because you had your whole press corps lying, including your Democratic Party lying. Okay. And then on top of that, guess what? You hid a guy that should not have been president because he's not functionally capable of being president. You lied about that. Guess what's going to happen when add up all those 4 things? You're going to get a shift to the what, sir?
Shift to the right.
Shift to the right. That's what called
I have
shift
a
to the right.
question for you. I want to get more clarity on when you say shift to the right. What does that mean?
And the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, sir: Are the neocons left or right? What do you think?
I mean, obviously neocons are right.
So guess what your president was and your vice president was. They were along with Andrew Newland and Samantha Powers that were working with. Guess what they are? Victoria Newland, Samantha Powers. Guess what they are?
Neocons.
They're neocons. Guess what they are? Right. Okay. You've been had a shift to the right. You just didn't know about it.
Right.
You know what's Swaggy? Hold on. Swaggy, do yourself a favor. Hold on. Do yourself a favor. All right. If you really want to have an informed opinion, I would say start watching like Forbes here on YouTube. It's like C-SPAN. Watch Forbes. Watch, as you see, like we just did that whole Karoline Leavitt thing. That's from the White House, from their YouTube channel. You can watch who you want to watch, but if you really want to know the real on something, I would suggest you watch Forbes. That way you hear everything that's being said and then go to the opinion channels. But make sure that you're going to the opinion channels that are not lying to you based on what you personally watched that day. Am I making sense there?
So in other words, what you think is that the Democrats are lefties and the Republicans are righties.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this.
Let me ask him a question first, okay? Before you cut me off. I'm asking. So in other words, you think the Democrats are lefties and Republicans are righties? Is that your opinion?
No, the Democrats are pretty in the right now.
So in other words, the shift to the right happened a long time ago. The shift to the right happened under Bill Clinton a long time ago.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, so that's what. Yeah.
But my thing that I was trying to get across in the chat was just that I don't feel like it really makes sense for any of us to be going hard for either side, because this is not even.
Why? Go ahead.
What side did you think that you thought you heard us going for?
For the right. You're talking about illegal immigration and transgenderism.
That's hard.
I'm sorry. Oh, wait, hold on. So, are you for illegal immigration?
No.
Are you for transgenderism?
Can I elaborate on that?
No, let me answer the questions first before you actually elaborate. Okay.
Go ahead.
No,
he did. He said no. So I'm gonna let him explain himself. So no, but.
Yeah, I believe that there should be reform in the process. I believe that it shouldn't, take people as long as it does to become.
What does that mean?
It should be a more streamlined process.
It can't be.
No, should the Biden administration that wants to do this stuff inform the American people of the process?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Should the Biden administration?
Should the Biden administration have come forward and actually told you they were actually doing this program and informed you that this is the process?
Yes, they should have been more vocal about what they were doing.
Well, let me explain it. Let me explain it. So here's my take on illegal immigration. If you are a violent felon, get the fuck out. If you have been here, though, if you've been here for 6 months plus, you're holding down a job, you're paying taxes. All right, so look, we got you. We caught you. Here's what you can do. We're going to give you a 6-month probationary period to where here's the immigration book. Study this book. Come back to courtroom C in 6 months. Take your citizenship test. If you pass the test, you can stay. If you fail the test,
I got something to say, but I know Charles is trying to get in.
Let him finish talking.
That is the most humane way to handle it, because number one, you did break into the country, and number two, in order for you to cash a check or have a bank account, you are committing identity theft through social security numbers. So I'm going to give you a humane chance. After that, you're out. So Tony L., when you say, how does a former pro-black from Atlanta become a MAGA fanboy? Super weird. How am I a MAGA fanboy?
No. That's the part. I'm going to just say this for Swaggy. Do you think any able-bodied male who's an illegal immigrant should automatically have to join the military?
Should automatically have to join the military?
Yes.
Now, in other words, a draft.
Like everyone else.
A draft. In other words, a draft.
Yeah, that's a draft.
Well, I mean, everybody does.
Huh?
I mean, yeah, everybody does have to.
Should they? No, not selective service.
But actually join the military.
Join the military if they're illegal, if they want citizenship.
I don't believe so, no.
So why not? Because that's one of the fast tracks of getting citizenship, because you have to pay that, because you're putting on a contract, you're willing to pay in what?
Blood, yeah.
So you have to risk your life.
Tori L. One quick thing. Tori L. Whoever state you're in, let us know so we can send you the link and you can come up and question me directly.
Tori L's a troll from a long back.
Okay.
Oh, well then never mind.
Don't give him. You can give him the link, but guess what? He's not going to show up.
He's on yours, Bay.
Let me ask. I want to ask.
I'm going to say this real quick, and I'm going to finish. Why did you say no? They shouldn't.
Because I don't feel like you should have to risk your life to become a citizen? I know that if that were
How
me
did
in that
black people
situation, I'd just
how did black people get their rights?
their citizenship.
How did we get our full rights?
Our civil rights.
Okay. So
We had to
another.
risk we had to fight a war to vote, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So why can't every Johnny come lately do the same?
Okay. So in other words,
2025.
what you need to do is go to your Congress on both sides, because there's not one side that talks about this, right? Left and right. Okay. And get them.
I mean, we are.
Okay, can I finish?
Sorry.
Let him have it. Go ahead.
Okay.
DJ.
I mean, where you need to go is go to your Congress and go to the left, the Republican and Democrat, that actually want to keep these underpaid people working for them. Okay. And have them have a sound immigration policy, okay? Which Trump is probably going to have to try to do right now. In fact, that's what they're pushing for right now: a sound immigration policy instead of this wonky stuff.
So let me say this. First of all, everybody on here is really not right wing as you think. So the fact that you even said that is really telling, and it's fine. I appreciate you coming up. You did.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
No, what he said is he hears this shift to the right talk where that's not what's really being said. It's not. I mean, other than Bay, and he ain't really talking right wing. He's just talking facts. This is what the Democrats are doing, and this is what he don't agree with. Bay is really talking on some. The Democratic Party has shifted away from him. So help him, and correct me if I'm wrong if that's not the sentiment. Is what I'm speaking through. I'm a registered Democrat. So the thing about it is, it's not just left right. Let me start with giving you the answer you're looking for. The answer you're looking for is, what do we do other than just supporting Republicans? The answer is, you primary the hell out of the Democrats. But black people don't have enough balls to do that because we still got too many, and it's not just older people, but blue no matter who, of a lot of different generations. So they don't want to hold the Democrats accountable. But so if you're like, well, is there a solution other than going Republican? And I'm not saying you should. What I'm saying is, you do what the Tea Party did for the Republicans, and you primary the Democrats, getting the ones out of there that are like, if you are a Democrat and you support neo-colonialism, you don't need to be there. If you're a Democrat and you support XYZ and you don't believe in housing, fair housing, you don't need to be there. Whatever your beliefs are, that's really the real solution. But here's the thing. Let me ask you this, Swaggy. Do you hear that?
Hold on. Before you ask the question, let Lewis get in here.
So I'm asking him a question. I want that answer. Do you hear the talk of primary the Democrats?
Get me out. It's my turn. You told me it was my turn.
Okay.
Oh, my bad about that.
Lewis got the breaking news.
U.S. just
I want my question answered.
Okay,
go ahead.
calm down, Ed.
Hold on.
U.S. just sunk an Iranian ship. All U.S. bases in the Middle East is on high alert, and Iranian missile batteries on high alert. I'm trying to.
Is it confirmed? Because I looked it up, but it wasn't confirmed. Is it confirmed?
It's from a reliable source that I listen to.
Is it confirmed by official sources?
No, I'm.
You have a secondary source.
We have
I like the secondary.
If it's going to be this big, it's going to be this big. We're going to need an official source. Okay.
All right. So, Ed, what was your question?
My question was, have you heard anything from any circles that you've listened to, whether it's offline or online, Democrats in particular, about primarying Democrats that are not towing the line they need to toe and represent the Democratic Party properly? Have you ever heard that concept?
Yeah, it has been.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where? Because I don't see it.
AOC actually did it when she first ran primary.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
plenty of people are upset with Chuck Schumer at the moment and Hakeem Jeffries.
In fact, you had two. Hakeem Jeffries and a couple other people got primary in the last election.
So yeah, I mean, so you get like, is it on the level as the Tea Party?
I'm not. I think it's being misunderstood. I'm definitely not a Democrat as well. I think that they're very weak.
Okay.
So I mean, so what do you? Okay, no, that's fair. So So what is it that what do you think should happen? And I get it, you're asking questions, and I don't mean to be hostile. What do you think should happen?
I think that right now the current administration is a pretty fascistic one, and I think that
that's bunk. But go ahead.
Well, what does that mean? You said specific.
Fascistic. In other words, he's feeding into the propaganda that's been fed. But go ahead.
I mean, we can get back to that, but I just think that the Democrats obviously are not pushing back against this stuff as hard as they should be, and it's because they're in the billionaires' pockets. They support the oligarchs.
You know why the Democrats not pushing back on this stuff? Because the Democrats know this stuff has to be done already. Okay.
Say that again. They know
They're doing their
Can I finish yet? Okay. The stuff that Donald Trump is doing right now, the Democrats are not pushing back against it because they know that it actually has to be done. They know it.
Yeah, their biggest problem is that they're getting caught with their hands in the cookie
jar. Yeah.
Okay, so one egregious example that happened last week was the Palestinian protester. The guy, I forgot his name now, but he had a green card and everything. His wife is like, I think, 8 months pregnant. They just came and deported him for no reason.
Okay.
No, please let me answer this. Please let me answer this.
Hold on.
You told me it was my turn.
Let me handle this one. I love this. This dude is a Hamas supporter. He was engaged in terroristic activity on the campus of Columbia, where they were attacking Jewish students and destroying campus property. They were attacking people. They were shouting slogans of Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization. There's a difference between Palestinians and Hamas. Hamas is their terrorist wing. So therefore, he's being deported for engaging in terroristic activities on American soil.
Okay, do you have a source?
Flat out.
Do you have a source
that they weren't doing that?
No, where's your source?
I can find one.
Find one.
You have to find one. Okay.
You have to find one. Yeah.
All right. I'll find one.
Have a source.
Yeah.
I mean, so what do you
insinuate? Don't ask for a source if you don't have one. Okay.
I'll find one. I know I can find one. I can pull it up.
Dude, you got dude, understand who you like. BGS, really, if you even take BGS off the table, we can, because that's not even fair. Like, we can drown you in sources. Like, don't play that game, because we ain't BGS, but individual. I mean, shoot, even Charles, all of us individually, and we ain't, and don't do that. Because I've had people ask me about that, talk about that situation with him offline. Like, I was talking to Christian about that the other day. So I mean, we don't anything that comes out our mouth is verified. We don't say anything. We don't do that. It's our opinion. We don't do that here.
Some of us actually live through this.
Let me find a source.
But I'm going to ask you this. But I'm going to ask you this one, Swaggy. Why did you say? I want to ask you this one question, Swag.
Okay.
Why did you say no? They shouldn't serve military service. Please explain.
I just don't feel that should be a requirement
to
enter the country.
Why not? Throughout history, one of the fast tracks to citizenship throughout history was what?
Military service.
So, does military service show loyalty to the country you want to be a part of? Yes or no?
I mean, if they want, it should be optional. I don't think it should be a requirement.
No. So in other words, you're here. Hold on, BGS.
Okay, all right. I will buy out in a minute anyway, y'all.
You pitbulling BGS.
Okay.
I gotta get BGS at least once.
No.
But no. I was gonna get finished because I wanted to answer.
Go ahead and let him finish. But the thing is, what you're actually way off track. Okay, but go ahead.
But no, I'm just asking him because why should it be a fast track and a linear track for for people coming over illegally.
I don't believe that should be the case.
So we should just let any and everybody in.
No.
Okay.
So what's the criteria?
What's the criteria that you're gonna pick?
A reform process that allows
That doesn't
people
mean
to
any.
come.
That doesn't
No.
mean
What's the criteria? That's not good enough. What's the criteria?
What do you mean the criteria?
You know, why are you letting
What's
them
the
in?
Hold on. What's the criteria for you to be a boy?
What?
No, come on.
In other words, what's the criteria?
For example, a criteria is, first of all, they already gave you a criteria with the military service, but let's say a criteria would be you have to demonstrate a certain level. This is not the case, but a certain level of economic prowess. Like, criteria is money, ethnicity, is whatever we deem necessary. Skills that you may have, it's whatever. I mean, so you're saying.
So what should be the criteria? What should be the criteria? What would you, if you're in charge of immigration, what should be the criteria for any motherfucker to become a citizen?
He's not here anymore. He left.
Oh,
I told you, man. That's why I like. I mean, he's all right, but that's why I like to ask open-ended questions. The next question I was going to ask him is, would he consider himself black first? Because what he's saying ain't black first. Immigration don't benefit us, man. It really
he said
don't.
he got disconnected.
Okay, and I believe him. But that's what I want to know. If you heard me, would you consider yourself black first?
But that's the part that I want to know. What's the criteria? Because you can't give me this thing. You know, by the way, I forgot I'm one of those BGS drones, but I'm sorry, I'm just trolling right now. But
Well, Charles, he already told
what's the
truth, but
criteria?
he said,
Because
I feel.
you could go to ancient Rome, you could go to Kemet, you could go to all these civilizations, you could go to colonial
pen, life insurance.
You know, it's funny. It's a requirement. If you go to Africa, there's requirements for you to be a citizen, even if you're black. With a lot of countries, not some of them. Like, there's requirements no matter what to be a citizen. It's not like this is not a goodwill thing. That's not how that works. So when I heard him say "I feel," it's like it should. What I'm hearing, to be fair, is I'm hearing a lot of it needs to be better, but Trump isn't the answer. And my thing, that's what I'm hearing.
In most countries, unless you have a skill that be economically viable, they actually enter the country.
Yeah. But what I'm hearing is Trump isn't the answer. And my question is, that's fine. He's not the answer. I want to know what he thinks about J.D. Vance. I want to know who he thinks should be.
We don't have time for all of that. But let's play this. Maybe it'll help him understand.
And they're doubling down, Army, on their support for characters that they should have nothing to do with. I'm going to talk here about Mahmoud Khalil. This is a man who's been behind some really awful protests at Columbia University, protests that have become violent, that have left Jewish students fearing for their safety. The Trump administration wants to deport him for these riots at Columbia, but the Democrats are doing all they can to stop the deportation. Congressman Rashida Tlaib even likened Khalil's treatment to fascism. She posted, "We have to fight back against fascism. This is a test case, and it couldn't be more important we stop this and bring him home. Mahmoud's rights are our rights. If they can illegally abduct him and shred his legal rights, they will never stop. Anyone this lawless administration disagrees with can be targeted." Army, tell me about this man and why ICE and the Trump administration want him out of the country.
Yeah, in the words of Donald Trump, Shalom, Mahmoud, goodbye. Look, Mahmoud, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Let me tell you a little about this guy, Mahmoud Khalil, that the Democrats are lining up behind. This is a guy who is an active supporter of Hamas, right? Now, this is the guy. By the way, you showed Rashida Tlaib. Okay, she's a crazy. The Senate Democrats have lined up behind him. The Senate Democrats' official Twitter account said release Mahmoud Khalil, right? They can't get behind a 13-year-old with cancer, but they can line up behind this terrorist supporter. I mean, bro, this is why you lost the election. You're doubling down on crazy, on nuts, on extremism. Americans realize that. And by the way, I know they're trying to say, well, we don't like what he said, but it's legally baloney. This is all legal. The man is not a U.S. citizen. He's a green card holder. That's you're like in the ante room waiting to become a citizen, okay? You don't have the exact same rights that we do as U.S. citizens. It is very clear, if you're a green card holder and you call for support of a terrorist organization or call for support against violence for the United States or try to get somebody else to commit violence in the United States, you have that green card revoked and you could be tossed out.
You can,
and he qualifies not for one of those things or two of those things. He qualifies for all three of those things.
Yeah.
So the U.S. and Trump are well within their legal and moral rights to throw this agitator out of our country. I am so glad he's done this.
Okay. That's it.
But my thing is,
and people are concerned doubly so.
My thing is, look, if you support him so bad, then we will put an ankle monitor on him and move him into your house.
If you're a green card holder, okay, you're a legal resident, they can revoke that at any time for any reason.
Yeah.
They're not a citizen.
They're not playing with you.
They're not playing with you.
Does this administration look like they playing games with you?
If you're a green card holder, you should be keeping your mouth shut.
Yeah.
Okay, so doesn't that
go to another country and pull the stuff that he pulled?
In other words, take your ass to somebody else's country, right? Mexico, wherever you want to go, right? And you're a resident, right? Start running off your mouth. They're going to deport you.
Okay.
Any country will deport you for doing that crap. Okay.
All right. So I don't know if you guys saw. I sent a link in the chat. I actually have a friend personally who goes to Colombia. He told me that all that he saw, and it's also mentioned in the article, is just the tent encampments.
Okay.
It does mention that the encampments
Okay. Let me make myself perfectly clear. Okay.
Okay.
If you're a green card holder, you're here conditionally. Okay.
Right.
If they, for every reason, they don't want you here, they can deport you.
So what was the reason though? They didn't like what he was saying?
It could be.
So isn't that an infringement on free speech rights?
No, he's not a citizen.
He's not a citizen.
Doesn't apply.
So he doesn't have rights.
He's got rights within realm, okay? But he's not a citizen. If they don't like what he's saying, or he's causing problems or disturbance, whatever reason they can trump up, they can deport him.
So who has free speech rights then?
Citizens.
Gosh, come on, man.
Okay. I'm just making sure that that's clear.
Citizens, unless you can find what judge stepped in to stop him from being deported?
I think he cut out. I didn't get into that.
What federal judge stepped in and stopped him from being deported?
I'm not exactly sure, but
none. That's why he got deported. In other words, he didn't have a leg to stand on. Okay. Just like the judge tried to step in to keep those 200 or 400 people being deported back to El Salvador. The judge stepped in. How come the judge didn't step in for him?
Not sure.
It's because it's legal.
Okay.
Here's what they're saying. All right. Federal immigration agents were acting on orders from the State Department to revoke Khalil's student visa. When the agents were informed that Khalil, of Palestinian descent, Syrian nationality, and Algerian citizenship, is a lawful permanent resident of the United States in possession of a green card, they said this status would be revoked instead. He was transported to LaSalle Detention Center in Jena, Louisiana. On March 10th, District Judge Jesse Furman ordered that the Trump administration not deport Khalil pending judicial review of the arrest. The detention is the first publicly known deportation effort related to pro-Palestine activism under President Donald Trump, who has threatened to punish students and others he says promote anti-Semitism or support Hamas which the U.S. has designated a terrorist organization. Khalil's detention has received widespread backlash from lawyers, members of the Democratic Party, and civil rights organizations who say it is an attack on freedom of speech and the First Amendment. There is no criminal charge against Khalil. Instead, the government's argument depends on Section 237A4CI of the Cold War era Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952, which provides that migrants in the U.S. may be removed if the U.S. Secretary of State deems their presence incompatible with the U.S. foreign policy. Several journalists and human rights organizations have noted similarities between this law and McCarthyism. But the thing about it is that if this is the law and he broke the law, then he can be deported. All they did was slow it down. He's getting deported because I covered this stuff last year when I had the Embrace Villainy channel. And the first thing I asked was, why in the hell are they letting this supporters of Hamas have protests on American soil on college campuses? The violence and the destruction of property should have warranted the National Guard be there to restore order, but that's not what happened until later.
So is he in detention? Or is he deported?
Yes, he's in detention.
He hasn't been deported yet. His trial is coming up.
Right, he's in detention.
No, he's in other words, they had to send him to trial. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
To revoke his green card. Hasn't been deported yet.
Trump is like
Yes.
that.
Yeah. The judge says that.
Did you just see the law that he actually posted?
Yes. Yeah, I did. I also sent a link in the chat. I'm not sure.
Did you just see the law that he posted?
Yes.
Did the link in the chat say anything about the law? Law.
Yes.
What did it say?
It says on March 10th, Judge Jesse Furman of the Southern District of New York issued an order halting deportation, ruling that Khalil shall not be removed from the U.S. unless and until the court orders otherwise.
That's why he's aware.
Yes. Yeah.
In detention.
In detention. Yeah.
Yes. He hasn't been deported.
He's in purgatory.
No, he hasn't been what? He hasn't been deported yet, has he?
No.
So in other words, they're following the process that they should follow, right?
Yes.
Okay. You just saw the law where they can actually deport him, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you guess.
Yeah, because it wasn't predicated on the idea that
for any reason that you're incompatible with what? The foreign policy.
Okay.
But whether you committed a crime or not.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what's your question now?
I didn't have a question.
Thank you. Can we
Right,
move
so-
on?
Yeah, so dude, trust me. Look, you do not understand something. Palestinians do not like America nor Americans. They feel that we're responsible for this whole massive land grab that Israel has been doing ever since the 1946, 48. Yeah, we are. Let's not lie. We are responsible. So here we are. These people are on our soil and they're causing dissension. And now do understand with everything that has happened, you most definitely need to let them know that we will, quote unquote, not, I'm saying this figuratively, crack your skull and toss you in the water and be done with you. I don't mean that in a violent way. I don't need my thing flag. We're not playing with these people.
We will not tolerate terroristic or violent.
They have put citizens in jail for this kind of stuff. Okay.
Yeah. You got to think about this, right? You got to think about this, right? For you to become a citizen of Mexico, it really, I don't know if, I'm pretty sure it used to take you 10 years.
I think it's
5. It used to take you some time. Now they cut it down some. They cut it down some because back about 10 years ago, it used to take you 10, damn near close to it. And you're telling me we should just let every Tom, Dick, and literal Harry.
It's,
I've never said that.
Okay.
And here's the craziness about that.
Mhm.
We have a lot of enemies around the world, just like Trump's first term when he closed travel to the United States, and people were upset, but people didn't read the whole thing about these countries were known and sworn enemies of America. If you were the president, would you let people who sworn violence against your country into your borders?
No.
So at some point, as the president, what's your number one objective?
Isn't that part of the immigration process? They do a
Hey, what?
screening. They check your social media. They,
What? Okay. Oh, look, dude, have you been following this stuff at all?
I mean, a bit. I'm in school, so it's not like I can.
Who have you been watching? Who have you been watching?
No, what you're saying is you don't know anything about this for the most part.
Wait,
right?
wait. Who is your source? Who has been your source on this?
Come again?
Who's been your source on this situation?
I look at AP News. I look at MSNBC.
Oh boy.
I watch some.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Do you see the link that I posted? Do you see the link that I posted? Hold on. Do you see the link that I posted? Do you see it? It says Forbes breaking news. You see that?
Yeah.
Do you see that?
No.
You don't?
Swaggy, how old are you, man? How old are you?
Do me a favor. Can you post that link?
You're 22. Okay, that's fine.
PGS, since he's in your chat, can you post that link? Because in all honesty, he's listening to. No wonder why he's like, "Oh, why are you so leaning right?" Like, because you're listening to sources that are lying to you.
He's in college. Guess what he's hearing?
Yeah, that's why.
To be honest, I'm
right.
watching,
He
I'm
needs
watching
to change his.
No, dude. You in college?
Hassan. I'm watching like the Majority Report. I'm
No,
watching a lot of like.
You're in college. Guess what you're getting? You're getting indoctrinated, sir.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you one thing about it.
I'm not even studying. I'm studying.
Go ahead, BGS. Go ahead.
Have you heard of the TPS program, Temporary Protected Status Program?
Okay.
Have you heard of it?
Yes. Yeah.
They let 15 million people in over 4 years. Okay, under that.
Okay.
Which is illegal. Okay, for the most part. Which Trump can revoke. Guess what? When he actually revokes that status, guess what happens? They have to go back home because they didn't go through the normal immigration process.
There are some powers in the executive office he can invoke. People don't like it, but they're in the damn thing they can do.
Which is
There's
why
checks and balances.
Which is why Biden didn't tell you about the temporary protected status in the first place.
Yeah.
Because he didn't want you to know.
I got a question. Here's the official statement.
12.
On the visa thing, just
The visa, sure.
Is the area clear when it comes to revoking visas for foreign students? Are you revoking visas for students who clearly support Hamas and shows literature that's supporting Hamas, or is it also include students who support Palestine or the freedom of the Palestinians, or showing sympathy with civilians in Gaza? Is that area very clear?
Well, what Secretary Rubio has been saying on a number of different interviews is that this is about when you think about someone applying to come into the country to get a visa, if you were to say everything that he ended up doing as would be his goal upon entering the country, we would never have issued the visa. So you have a dynamic, whereas if there's going to be certain kinds of actions that you're going to undertake, that we don't accept that. Every country has a right to control its borders and to determine who's going to come into the country. So in this particular instance, there's also, I know, a freedom of speech argument, but this is not about speech. It's about actions. It's about things that were done. And of course, I don't want to go further because also this is within a court dynamic. America's got the best court system in the world. And there will be arguments on both sides, no doubt, regarding this, but it has to be argued, it has to be litigated. But the actions that we take and the decisions we make are not about content. It's about actions that are occurring, and certainly in that particular case. Yes.
And you were talking about assault.
Well,
the Constitution does not protect
and maybe I'm wrong, but the Constitution does not protect freedom of speech for people that are not citizens. Not in the
No, it
same
does not.
way. It
No, it
is
does
not.
not.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you have people that, like, here's my thing. Look, I'm not really in the convincing game. My thing is, we all went to public school. Some of us had better. I'm not even saying giving commentary. I went to a great public school. I had what I would call irresponsible white teachers, a couple of them that told the real truth. Like, they talking about, we starting the class with, do you know what the kingdom of Saud is? Like, you mean Saudi? No, the kingdom of Saud, like those type of people. So my thing is, what I would say is, even if you're not going to listen, I'm not saying you're not listening to what we're saying, but really ask the questions of what you're seeing. And you are asking us, but it's this thing where it's like when you get the answer from like BGS or Charles, it's just kind of, I get it, and it's cool to push back, but it's pushback on, is it really that way though? That's where the where's your source thing kind of came from, because we've heard that before and dealt with that before.
Yeah,
The reality is, we have seen all the stuff you've seen. They are, and look, you're 22 and that's fine, you're in college. But I can tell you right now, they're lying to you. Like, it's not even they're telling the truth, they're telling a version of the truth. I'm a Democrat. Dude, I voted for Hillary Clinton against Trump. And I voted for Trump. So with Trump this time. So it's not that necessarily people are right when they have a right wing take. The Democrats have lost their fucking mind. It ain't even got nothing to do with black people, just what they're on. I can go all the way back, even though they did shift right before that. But do you know what Citizens United is?
Yes.
Okay. So when Citizens United happened, the Democrats basically, Republicans had the old money companies like oil and stuff, and oil pays everybody, to be honest with you. But the Democrats had the tech companies. And if you look at a lot of these issues like the housing crisis and stuff like that, a lot in California, different places, the Democrats have not done anything about these things. What they do is they just have you look at the Republicans, because both parties do this, by the way. They play off of each other. And the Democrats and Republicans bank on the Democrats are going to bank on you're going to get tired of Trump for whatever reason, and they're just going to make Trump evil. And then in 2 years, you're going to vote for them. And the issue I have with that is you cannot like Trump. I'm not saying you should. What I'm saying is get the Democrats to commit to what they are going to do, whether it's for black people, whether it's for even something simple like housing that affects everyone. The Democrat, and this is where I come into massively primarying them, because the problem is they're depending on you people just voting blue just cause. They do this with black people, but they do this with the white working class as well. And so this is another reason why they shift right too, domestically, in order to appeal to those conservative voters. But the problem is they can't let the LGBT stuff go. And so my last question I'm gonna say, I have a question for you. Who is it that you like this an upcoming star, whether it's Democrat, Republican, somebody like, let's say JD Vance is a good example of somebody that definitely is an upcoming star, if not already a star. Tulsi Gabbard was that for the Democrats, but you saw what they did with her. So who would be the person you would put forward?
I don't think that there's a person as of right now. I really don't know. I definitely would not say AOC. I don't think that she's consistent on anything she says. They tried to put Gavin Newsom up there. I don't think that Gavin Newsom is easily swayed. I saw his podcast. He was up there like booty clapping for Charlie Kirk, and it was just bad. So I don't think there is.
No, he's trying to go to the middle. No, Gavin Newsom knows what he's doing.
This is why I don't like doing domestic politics, because there's too much feelings involved.
Yeah. So my thing is, even right or wrong, because here's the thing about Trump. Trump is not your problem, dude. Vance is probably going to be your next president if the Democrats don't get their stuff together. Trump is only going to be there for a year.
He's a more cleaned up version of Trump.
Well, I mean, even still, I personally like Vance, but my point is people keep focusing on Trump as if Trump is going to be there forever. Trump, like they have him. Tulsi Gabbard has to probably get favor in the Republican Party, but she definitely has people behind her.
Oh, they love her. They love her because of her military background.
Okay.
An overwhelming group of people actually wanted Trump as president. What do you think about that?
The overwhelming majority of Americans. Okay, majority of the country bled red.
Is that true?
Okay. Yes, he had the popular and the electoral college.
Wasn't there a
He
large
had
percentage of people that just sat home?
No, there's a lot of black people that sat home, but
you gotta realize something. How does 40% of Hispanic women vote for this man? Think about it. He's one of the few Republican. He's one of the few guys to run Republican, and he had like what?
So
Either almost 20% of the black male vote.
Why do you? Let me ask you this, bro. Why do you think those people that vote came out for Biden didn't come out again?
Because like I've been saying, the Democrats have softened up on their points.
No,
they lean towards the right.
No, they got caught lying, dude.
No,
they screwed up the country. Yes, they did.
It's just that simple. So I know it's hard for you to comprehend, but what BGS just said is correct and accurate. We caught him in this administration telling lies after lies.
And to back up
let it ponder in your brain before you only answer to rebut. Please listen to comprehend. He gave you the answer. I know you're choosing not to want to accept it, but you have to swallow it.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. I'm gonna say this real quick. Then I'm gonna give it back to Ed. I'm gonna say this real quick, and I'm gonna give it back to Ed. Look, one of my godsons right now is 18. He may fuss like you do, but he's man enough to know, okay, you're right, because you're proving yourself right. At some point, you have to prove, because guess what? I raised 2 generations of wrestlers. One thing about combat sports, you put up or you shut up. There ain't nothing you can hide behind. That's the one thing you need to really realize is this. You have yet to give anything to dispute anything we said, and we literally gave you facts among facts, links among links. You got to get out your feelings and get to your logical
But the links
system.
you've seen hasn't disputed anything we've said.
Did anybody read the links? The piece about green card holders not having free speech protections.
Green card holders don't have free speech protections. Like, honestly, no. Honestly, they're taking the long way around. Like, and what you're doing too is you're trying to move the goalpost to confit. So you already got an idea of what you actually want it to be. This is why we're leaving it ambiguous. Remember, you're in college, so research is the thing you all do. If y'all don't know nothing, y'all know how to do that. True, and y'all got Chat GPT. The reality is, even the question you asked, talking about, well, didn't the people, a lot of people stay home? Dude, you can easily research how many people participated in 2016, 2012, 2008. You can easily go to Chat GPT right now and get that answer. So either you already know it and you're just asking that to be disingenuous, but don't get the benefit of the doubt that you're not doing.
Yeah, you're trying to debate. Basically, he read you the law that they're going to deport him on. He read you the law.
Like, what we got to do, like,
I can admit that I didn't know that.
Now that you know, guess what?
But you still asking, and it's like, and the thing is, you keep saying, and my question is too. I gotta ask you, man. Sorry, we gotta do the now. We gotta do the what's this the thing you call, Charles, when you hit people for metal detectors? The metal detector up and down, dude. You got a real sympathy. Let me ask you this: would you consider yourself black first?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so are you? Is your parents, grandparents from? Because you got a lot of empathy for immigrants, man. At the end of the day, these immigrants wouldn't have this empathy for you if you was jammed up. You know, when they send Haitians back just cause, not this round, but any round that they come over when Haiti is literally going through earthquake, nobody cares. Nobody speaks up for them. So you going real hard for like Muslims. And look, I ain't got no issue with Muslims. Shout out to Black Mind. But what I'm saying is they wouldn't go this hard for you. So you see, this is where this critical point is where you keep worrying about that, which really shouldn't even be your problem. That should be just a whole your own nuts situation. Are you foundational Black American? Are you like African American descent, or are you like from somewhere else?
I'm half. My mom is Nigerian.
Your mom is Nigerian, okay, and that's fine. We don't believe in half descendantry. If you got one, you got it, and if it's descendants of slave, but dude, like you can tell that's where your hole is. You was agreeing with everything, but this immigrant thing, these motherfuckers don't give a fuck about you like that.
The thing is, he does not need to be in this room. He doesn't know enough. Okay, that's really what it boils down to. You don't know enough. All this stuff has been litigated before and after by Democrats themselves. They said the exact same thing that we're saying. Okay, I don't know why it's not obvious.
It's a feeling because of the immigrant thing, and truthfully, Nigerians don't.
He doesn't like Trump. That's the
biggest, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, Trump is only Trump won. So it's like he's in there for a year.
Let's ask him why. Let's ask him why. How come you don't like Trump?
I don't like the people that he emboldens.
And who would that be?
I mean, a lot of neo-Nazi groups.
When did he embolden a neo-Nazi group?
When he called them fine people at the Charlottesville rally.
No. I know he's parsing things. Go ahead, baby. Let Bay work.
No. Let him. No. Go ahead. Okay, so you say that Trump called them very fine people, right?
Sure.
Okay, hold on.
Mind you, I was like 15, 16.
I know. Trust me, we all fell for that. So let's get into it. Hold on. Oh.
I mean, I hear y'all about the.
No, you don't.
It's kind of like I'm trying to debate this thing, but
I mean, Biden.
Point, you know.
Biden doesn't embolden
each other with clubs, and it was vicious.
You're putting what you're calling the alt-left and white supremacists on the same moral plane.
I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this: you had a group on one side and you had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious, and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's the way it is.
On both sides, sir, you said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Neo-Nazis started this. They showed up in Charlottesville to protest.
Excuse me, they didn't put themselves down as you, and you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. No, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history. You're changing culture. And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad. You was
talking about Antifa.
Bad people in the other group too.
Treated unfairly, sir. I'm sorry. I just didn't understand what you were saying. You were saying the press has treated white nationalists unfairly. I just didn't understand what you were saying.
No. There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before. If you look, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day, it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest and very legally protest because, I don't know if you know, they had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So I only tell you this. There are two sides to a story. I thought what took place was a horrible moment for our country, a horrible moment. But there are two sides to the country. Does anybody have a final? Does anybody have? You have an infrastructure.
What makes you think you can get an infrastructure bill? You didn't get health care.
Well, I'll tell you, we came very close with health care. Unfortunately, John McCain decided to vote against it at the last minute. You'll have to ask John McCain why he did that. But we came very close to health care. We will end up getting health care, but we'll get the infrastructure. And actually, infrastructure is something that I think we'll have bipartisan.
Anyway, so did you hear
Is that the first time he's seen that video?
He does. Let Bay work, okay?
Did you hear him saying that white supremacists were very fine people, or did you hear him condemn them?
I heard him condemn them.
Okay, so tell me again, why do you hate Trump? Hello?
Hello. Trump bad. Trump bad. Neo-Nazis, but didn't he later come out and call them very fine people?
No. Did you hear him say that?
He later had to re-explain that.
No.
Literally just what? You literally just heard the very press conference in which that idea that you said came from. Did you hear him say that white supremacists were very fine people?
Okay. I mean,
yes or no?
I'll concede the point, but does this still not mean that Trump emboldens neo-Nazi groups?
How did he embolden them?
His rhetoric.
Hey, Bay.
What rhetoric? What rhetoric?
No, let Bay work.
What rhetoric?
It's really the anti-immigrant rhetoric.
What are you talking about? This had nothing to do with immigration. We're talking about right now.
I'm past
you're past this now because you know. Oh, wait.
No, you can't just jump
because
past
you know you lost.
No, he's not black first.
Concede the point.
First.
Concede the point.
I concede the point. I said that.
Okay, you concede the point. So now I guess you're going to talk about when he called Mexicans rapists and killers and bad people, right? Back in 2016, 15, when he was running. Is that your next talking point?
He does that now. Does he not do that now?
Okay, are they not rapists and murderers and criminals and drug dealers?
All of them?
The ones that he's deporting, are they not?
No.
They're not?
Not all of them. I don't believe so.
How do you know?
Hey, hold on, homeboy. You are so
No, he's immigrant first. I mean, yeah, he's immigrant first. He's I1. He's not B1. He's I1.
Let Bay work. Let Bay work.
I1.
No, I got it. I got it. No, y'all got it. Because
go to work, man. Go to work,
man. Go to work, bro. At this point, you are doing the thing that I used to do when I was your age. I used to grasp it because do understand my background. I mean, I'm king of pro-blackity black. You understand?
Yeah,
but I wound up,
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, and I grew out of that stuff because I realized that the times have changed now.
And there's more to the story than we're actually told. Okay.
Thank you, because the people that we were getting our information from, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, The View, CBS, NBC, they're all left-wing media, and they've been lying to us for decades.
Yeah.
They've been fear-mongering us. Do you know how bad they've been fear-mongering us? Anna Kasparian has quit the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And she was the biggest Trump bad. Trump, I mean, that's why I played the clip, because she realized that she had been lied to and duped almost all her whole life. And you know what turned her around? When she got sexually assaulted by a homeless man.
Yeah.
And she said it. Yeah, remember that? And you know what they said? You see how everybody that was her friends they had came on, they called her racist and everything, and whatnot. But turns out it was a white dude that did it.
Yeah,
right.
It was a white dude that did it. Yes, willfully ignorant. The people on her side that turned against her were willfully ignorant. They were supporting the criminal. And that began her journey. But as I said, since 2020, since 2015, 2016, when Trump first came into office, okay, because this video is from 7 years ago.
Yeah.
7 years ago. So you're looking at what? 2018? We were tearing down those racist statues. He had no problems whatsoever with us doing that. Not a one.
A lot of his supporters did, though.
We don't care. No, we don't care about that.
Him and his supporters are two different things, right?
Thank you. That's like the people in my chat.
What I see.
Represent my viewpoint. They represent their own individual.
This is what I'm hearing.
Go ahead.
I'm hearing that all in all, look, and I'm just saying, based on this conversation, immigration is the most important thing to you. Look, African Americans are not like extremely hostile to immigration, but let me ask you this. Do you think immigration benefits the Black community in the United States?
No.
So why would and there's other things for Black people to not like about Trump, granted, and for real, but why would Black people give a fuck about immigration? In fact, a lot of Black people stay home because they may not have been able to bring themselves to vote for Trump, but at the same time, they couldn't bring themselves to continue what the Democrats were doing, because your main argument has been that the Democrats have not been doing what they should be doing. Is that correct, as far as how you feel about the Democratic Party?
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
That the Democrats are not doing what they should be doing, and they've gotten away from what they are supposed to be about?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so explain this to me. In your opinion, this is open-ended. It's not a right or wrong answer. What is it that you think the Democrats, because see, if you're 22, you weren't alive when Clinton was there. So what do you think the Democrats should be doing? What is your image of what the Democratic Party is supposed to be?
Good question.
Okay, so I kind of want to just
I know it's loaded.
Answer the question, man.
Okay, all right. I believe that, my political and moral framework is just one of empathy. So I believe that the Democrats should be standing up for people who are marginalized, and I just don't see that happening.
Okay. So
marginalized people are being attacked.
Being attacked by whom?
I mean, by the administration in power.
Party.
No. How? How are they being attacked by the administration in power?
I mean, okay, I already know y'all are not gonna appreciate this, but a lot of the DEI efforts in the affirmative action thing, DEIA is really what it was.
DEI basically benefited whom, for the most part?
I mean, I know it benefited white women.
75.
So what's the problem?
75% are they marginalized people?
I mean, women are.
Are white women marginalized people?
No.
Okay, so
the margin, the whole entire thing.
So DEI, yes. If it doesn't benefit people.
So you don't think that there should be some kind of like equalizer?
No, it didn't.
DEI was not an equalizer.
If anything, DEI was used. DEI was used just like, and this goes back to affirmative action and what Black men and some women, but Black men fought and put our bodies on, and military, because that set the framework for us getting our civil rights. DEI was a newer version of making it about gender and not race in order to keep money in white hands through the women. That's why when you look at when affirmative action happened and civil rights passed, it started to divide. The wealth gap started to increase because the women took the money that was supposed to go to Black men in order for Black men to create, manage, and maintain a thriving community. Black women basically sided with the white women under the idea that they would usurp manhood in general, and they got bamboozled. And white women, and so white women are the largest numerical demographic in the United States. Do you know that?
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean,
You do realize white women are also the wealthiest in the demographic in the United States, because a lot of the money goes to them.
Yeah.
So my point is, DEI, if anything, was used to marginalize people and keep the status quo going.
And in fact, for black people, okay, it made it worse than better. Why should we keep it?
Okay, this is more so the conversation that I really want.
No. I'm asking you a question.
I don't know.
You brought it up. If only 4% of black people actually benefit from DEI, why should we actually keep it?
Why should we not? Why can't we reform it so that it helps us?
You're not benefiting from.
Why get rid of it?
You should.
With DEI, you're still the last hired and first fired.
You're not even hired, okay, or promoted.
Exactly.
That's why that guess who's in front of you? It's called white women, okay?
Okay, but why not advocate to have it reformed so that that's not the case, so that we benefit from it? Why get rid of the entire thing?
It's called. You know what DEI actually is? It's called an executive order. You can still argue it. It's not a law. It's an order from the president. And what did he say? It's called instead of equity, called equality across the board. Okay. Sauce for the goose. The odds are even. Black men have a better chance now than trying to climb over white women.
So getting rid of DEI,
yes,
is more helpful.
Yes.
Than having it.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I did.
Yeah, because most people, when they hear, because people hear stuff, they understand the propaganda, and it's not your fault. Them universities are crazy, but
the
thing is, they don't tell, but they don't. I'm just saying, they don't explain to you what stuff actually is. What they do is they basically give an ambiguous kind of statement or phrase, and they let you fill in the blanks on whether it's good and bad, because they give emotional cues that it is good and bad. And in school, obviously, they do a little bit more. They give you a narrative and it's a narrative, because a lot of the shit they say is a lie. Because, in school, the media, all of it. They give, because there's nothing you watch that we haven't watched for years, for decades. At this point. And so hold on. And so my point is, it sounds like us even framing it this way, it's the first time you ever even heard this even line of thinking.
Yeah.
Is that true or not true?
This is true. Yeah, this is why I came up here, because we got to really minute points. But I'm really trying to understand.
Okay, so here, let me answer the question. Maybe this will help him. So Angry Black Man said, this is why we need a young black conservative movement. And I'm gonna tell you right now that we had a young black conservative movement. The problem, especially for young black men, the problem was that we were too busy talking about pussy that we weren't getting instead of politics.
Okay.
So here we are now.
You about the manosphere? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Because understand that black men are conservative by nature.
Okay.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
The problem was,
I got pushback for you, but go ahead.
That's fine. You can have the pushback. But the problem is that at the time, we were not thinking like political animals. We were too busy trying to understand that black women saw us as a separate animal from them. And we were trying to get them to understand that, no, you're not different from us, when we really should have from the jump been like, fuck you. But now here we are in 2025, and now we're catching up to politics, but as the lowest people on the financial totem pole in this country, we are 5 years behind the times, but luckily we're catching up. Now, go on with your pushback.
Actually, we're actually ahead of the times, okay? Believe it or not, okay? Actually ahead. But
how? We're at the very economic bottom.
I have a question.
When weren't we at the economic bottom?
We weren't back. back
No,
before
we were.
back before the civil
we
rights
were. No, we
era,
were. No,
we
we
had pockets of greatness that, of
Pockets.
course, that was, of course, destroyed by the Democratic Party and their Klan rides and their lootings of black cities, towns, villages, etc. The
Can you
destruction
elaborate
of
on
black
that? Was that real?
neighborhoods. A lot of that, the majority of that, came at the hands of Democrats. Understand the
okay, go ahead, man.
to the young guy. Understand, bro, that the Democratic Party, the worst thing that they ever gave you
Was welfare?
yes,
Okay, I
and
agree.
feminism to your women, because what that did, that stunted not only your economic growth, but your psychological and physical growth as well.
Yeah,
Black women fought for welfare. Okay, they didn't just give it to you. Actually, they fought against it. Black women,
Yeah, because they didn't get it at first.
They didn't get it at first. Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing as far as this, here's the thing, man. This is why I always like to really get defined as to what blocks or the manosphere really is, because it's this idea. Number one, dudes were not arguing, like no block was arguing about pussy they was getting. Really, what they were arguing about is, number one, SYSBM never argued about pussy they weren't getting. SYSBM was arguing about culture and their right to date outside their race and not be attacked, because black women are trying to keep their resource, which is men, or a resource, because we know the government is the resource, but a resource intact they could fall back to. That was their problem. Hold on. The Itmores were the ones that were probably the most quote unquote political, but they talked about culture. And culture, because understand, everybody in the black manosphere is not necessarily right wing, but we have a cultural problem. The women, and it's not just the women that hold it, the men do too, but the women are the main beneficiaries of the cultural status quo that keeps black people from getting to the points they need to get. This is why they protect the LGBT stuff. This is why they protect all these things, that whether you agree with it or not, I'm not talking you in particular, I'm talking about a black person. It doesn't benefit us. That's why I asked the immigration thing. It doesn't benefit us. People can't even make an argument immigration benefits black women. So if you care about black people, that shouldn't even be a concern what Trump is doing like that. So my point is, the argument is, if people aren't talking about what you think should be talked about in the intensity that you think is true, be told, Anthony Brian Logan, it got 1 million subscribers. He's black. So there was routes that people, and Brandon Tatum don't like him. I think he's a nice guy. There's routes for black people to go if they wanted to have a political conversation, and only that. The reality is, and I'm gonna end it here. The reality is that dudes just call anything they didn't like. We're just complaining about pussy. And even to this day, black people, even Anton was doing that bullshit when he first got in here, until he actually talked to these chicks over and over on his own show. And now how does he sound? Because Anton is understood, even though I agree with everything he says, it's a cultural issue. Black men, remember, the manosphere started. 10 more seconds, and that's it. The manosphere, the black manosphere, started mainly about child support. So that ain't got nothing to do. You got to get pussy that to be paid child support and father rights. All right, I'm done.
All right. Was the men's rights a movement, a political organization? Movement. Was it, Bay? Was it?
During my time,
Anytime,
I would say before 2018, yes.
Okay.
Before 2018, yes.
Yeah, guess
and
where
then the flag wars came, and that's when everything changed.
Guess where the manosphere started? That's what it was about. Men's rights. The original black manosphere were men's rights movements people. That's where it came out of. MGTOW is a men's rights advocate movement. That's what it came out of. It's a protest movement. It started off as political from the very beginning.
Go ahead, I'm listening. I'm trying to find it.
It's always been political. Hold on, I'm talking to him. Okay, we talked to you already.
Okay? Yeah, babe, I'm about to go to bed. I'll catch you later.
All right, man, get some sleep.
We're talking to people that know something. Not you can listen for a second,
I'm
right?
I'm trying to listen.
Well, then be quiet and learn, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Okay.
Wow.
No, I'm sick of civilians. Okay, you don't know anything, so be quiet and listen. Okay. It started off as a political movement. The red pill is basically a political movement. It's not a social movement. Okay, basically, that's where it started. Even the Black Manosphere is actually a political movement. Okay, for the most part. Okay, now people will actually bring in their things about women and social groups or anything else, even politics, the same way, right? About men and women disagreeing, what's going on with your family, what's going on with your children. It's all part of it. The thing is, it's all political. Every little bit of it. Okay. Now, will there be other stuff about black female fuckery? Yeah. Why do you think that is? Because you need these women to get on board and get behind you as far as educating your boys, keeping your families together. J.D. Vance, why did they kill abortion? By keeping your freaking families together. You don't have families, you don't have a political movement. Families do come first, even amongst politics. Where's family not in politics? Tell me.
Well,
Now,
go ahead. From what I see with us, the majority of us vote Democrat. But when it comes to Europeans, they are split, but the majority of them vote Republican.
Okay.
When it comes to the Latinos, they are split. The majority of their women, especially this last election, they voted Democrat, but the majority of the men voted Republican.
Okay.
And with the Asians, majority of them voted Republican.
Okay. We're outside the manosphere, especially this sector of the manosphere. You hear this kind of political talk.
Right. Now, well, actually, I'll put it to you like this. The people that I hear doing political talk do not consider themselves to be a part of what we call the manosphere. They're just independents. That's what a lot of us really claim to be, independents. Now, as you know, what did the guy say? Bread Dragon said black men are not at the economic bottom, and I'm like, okay, well, where do we rank? Where do we rank? I mean, here's the financial map right here. Even though we're better than what we were, we're still at the very bottom. And the reason for that, and everybody here can attest, is because they broke up the black family, because that's where your true wealth lies. Two incomes.
They didn't break it up. The women left.
And that's the thing. So it's like this conversation that, for some reason, like, again, I'm gonna tell you something. If you want a black community, there is no conversation past the women. There is no. Everybody wants to find this fucking like magical, like the road to El Dorado, where you know somehow you say what needs to be said and the women just magically come on board.
That's
like,
never gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly. So either you don't want to commit. I've even had to check the SYSBM guys about that. How they talk about they're gonna create a new black community with non-black women. No, you're not. You're washing out. I respect your ability to do that, but don't act like 3 generations from now they're gonna be black, or 4. That's not what that is. And don't like delude yourself to what you're doing. And so my point is, and I'm not even saying that they don't have a right to do that, but don't try to tell people you about to magically create some magical community. So the point is that the reason the women are being talked about is because there is no route to a black community without them getting on board. And a lot of people are gotten to the point where we're probably just not gonna have a black community that's worth anything in the next like 50 years, if not sooner than that. And that's a whole nother conversation. But that's where the women come up. This idea that dudes are making like who are the top 3 I'm mad that I don't get pussy YouTubers? Because motherfuckers always talk about this, people mad that they can't get pussy, but they never can play. And I got one in mind. And you may get one. But other than one, it starts with an O.
I'm not going.
So my thing is, go ahead. Sorry. I got you.
I'm not going that route because I'm not trying.
Okay, granted. I respect that. I give your content credit. Right.
Hold on. Let me explain myself. You know, because y'all coming at me with the end beating sticks.
Yeah, we go. Yeah, you don't get.
Well, I mean, this is we litigated this already, babe. This has been litigated. Like, this was the first blow up.
You won't get this belt, man, today.
Yeah, I mean, you open this door, and by the way.
You serious?
Let me explain myself,
please.
There are people out here, because see, I mean, I understand why y'all taking it the way you're taking it, because whatever. But I'm not talking about you guys specifically. We all know that there are guys out here who made their bread and butter off of the backs of talking about, the whole dating thing and like the Pop the Balloon show.
Yeah, the purple pill.
Pop the Balloon show, all that stuff. Right. You had a whole bunch of people who made a lot of money off of dry dick syndrome. Let's not kid ourselves.
Okay, I don't disagree with that, but call that purple pill.
If you want to call it purple pill, that's fine.
And those
but let's
people
not. Two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you most of the manosphere is not purple pill though. The manosphere is generally and everybody in the manosphere is not necessarily red pill, but the manosphere is synonymous with the red pill. At least the black manosphere is. So there's a very distinct difference between Ace Metaphor, that Trent guy, Derek Jackson, even guys like Alpha Male Strategies goes back and forth whether he's red pill or not. But the thing is, I'm not even dismissing that argument, but the reality is there is no political argument unless the women get on board. And if the women don't get on board, then black men need to go their own way and live out their life and assert themselves. And that's the real fight really is black women want to preserve the status quo and they don't want to change. And black men are starting to awaken. It's different than the white red pill folks.
I gotta debunk that a little bit, and I love you dearly, Ed. The real fight is that black men are not inadequate, is that they're actually powerful beyond belief. But they can't get but a lot of black men cannot get above their indoctrination. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told all my godsons and my son. The hood doesn't owe you shit, but at the same time, you don't owe the hood shit. Go out and be great. Why you being stagnant?
Birth of the passport, bros.
Why you being stagnant? Because I told them just now while y'all were talking. The reason why a lot of motherfuckers become stagnant is because they think they got a super saver hoe. And there was a wise prophet in the 2000s said, don't save her, because what? She don't want to be saved. I'm gonna tell you one thing, and I agree with Harriet Tubman. I've saved a lot of motherfuckers. But there's a lot of motherfuckers who didn't know they were in motherfuckery in the first place. I could have saved more. And the problem ultimately is this. Black men are not used to power and freedom. Do I need to say that again for all the Negroes in the back?
No, back.
Woo! I'm going to say it again.
Say it again.
Oh, everybody with me. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Negroes are two things that are alien to Negroes. Power and freedom. And because you're on the cusp of it, you don't know what the fuck to do with yourselves. You're basically trapped with a hard dick and nowhere to go. You right now are at the threshold.
You still there?
You got him.
Oh.
Yeah. And by the way, babe, I call the purple pill people emotional dope dealers.
Okay.
They basically deal in emotional dope with these women and to extent these men having never-ending conversations like we all about to get together. Like, it was funny. Ace Metaphor basically has been in operation with that tonight's conversation since 2019. And he spent 6 years basically making money off the let's get back together conversation. And women mainly paid him a lot of money to do that. He's one of many. And so, yeah, they have done that. They have made money off of that. But ultimately, people cannot say that they don't know what black women are about. Anybody that comes up here whether young, old, they try to propagate this thing about they're not all bad. Nobody's saying they are, but the question is, are the majority of black women fucked up? And when I say fucked up, I mean specifically, are black women team black men? Are they team their men? Every woman, you can make an argument, is, unless y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, is team their men, at least the majority. Or they understand that their quality of life or their personhood is tied to their men. Only black women believe there's a path away from black men, because I think most black women don't want to be black anymore. I think that's my personal opinion on what the issue is. So if you say, what is the central problem we have today? The central problem that we have today is what Charles exactly said. A lot of black men are in this thing where they don't want to go all the way. So what they start doing is they start making us the villain, or they start making Trump the villain. They look for these villain distractions in order to pretend that there's not issues between black men or black women, or to not force themselves to make the final decision to go to the finish line. And the reality is, until you actually assert yourself as a group, you're not going to do, like BGS says it, black women do not respect you until you break up with them. And black men refuse to break up with them. They think your manhood is tied to how much abuse you endure. That's
can I say something to that?
Go ahead.
I would go a little further. I think black people in general don't want to be black. I don't think black people in general are team black people.
Why you say that?
Like my man earlier, you know what I mean? He was making all the excuses for the you know, the Hamas sympathizer and all that. You know what I mean? Because black people have this weird thing of always trying to play all sides.
Mm-hmm.
You can't stand on anything. You gotta this weird godlike savior complex. Like you have to fight for everybody, stand up for everybody.
Well, remember, sir, he's half Nigerian, so he had his own.
Black
right, but that's still black though.
They're looking for allies.
I'm speaking particularly for African Americans. So what I want to ask you is,
so let's stay there then.
How do African American men?
Let him finish. All
right. Even if you just talk about black Americans, I mean, it's the same shit. We always, and men and women both do this. You have to attach something to black. Oh, I'm a black liberal. I'm a black conservative. I'm black gay. I'm black trans. I'm black emo. You always have to attach black to something else.
All Americans do the same thing.
Yeah, and majority, and I want to specifically talk about African American men. Why do you think African American men don't want to be black?
Because black people in America, for the majority of them, have a low self-esteem. Honestly,
no.
Where have you seen? Where have you how do you see that?
No, hold on here. Are you black? Are you black, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who has the most problems as far as men in this country?
Black man.
Black man. Okay. Is that a very good reason not to want to be black, right?
I've never not wanted to be black.
I mean, I'm saying that I'm not talking about you. As far as not wanting to be black, that's probably where it starts at, right? It's called treatment, right?
I see, man. It's hard for me to agree with that because I never felt that way.
I didn't say what you felt, but
and I'm somebody who done had some stop and frisk ass kickings.
Why?
But I've never felt that way.
Why do black people not want to be black?
A lot of them feel like black is synonymous with failure or struggle or poor or, woe is me type shit.
Where do they get that from?
Shit, probably television, honestly.
No. It's called you black in America. You get stopped and frisked. Do white boys get stopped and frisked? Like you?
No.
Okay.
It is my opinion.
Do they get profiled like you?
No.
Okay. Do they walk over the shoulder? Look over the shoulder when a police car actually rolls by, like you?
No.
Okay. You get treated differently, right?
Right.
Than other groups of people, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. That's why black people don't want to be black. It's not that hard.
Well, again, I'm sorry, I gotta disagree with that. Like, for example, my man talking about the black women, right? Okay, we're both black Americans in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't walk around with somebody else's hair. I wear my own hair.
Yeah, most black men,
I go through weight, and I probably go through. Hold on. And I'll probably go through way more shit than that black woman does. But she don't even want to wear her own hair. Meanwhile, I don't do that shit.
But let's be clear on what the statement.
Are you a woman?
No, I'm not.
So the thing is, what they go through and why they do things is not the same reason that you do things.
Yeah, so here's my argument though.
I know why. I know why.
Well, he came in here.
I know why black women change their hair, change their skin color, all that kind of stuff. I know why. It's biological.
Yeah. So but the way he came in is basically saying black. You said black people in general, but we're all African American on here for the most part. Unless you're not, and that's why I asked that question with Swaggy, because the way he was sounding was he had other loyalties, and that's fine, but that needs to be disclosed. My thing is, so that's why I said black, because it's all African Americans for the most part on here. My thing is, black men do not have this. They want to self-destruct their own community so they can graduate. Black men understand they can't graduate from being black. Even coons understand they can't graduate from being black. Generally, when you see somebody that believes that, they're not usually from the United States. When they like Clarence Thomas knows he's black.
Me and Bay has been in the black community doing this kind of crap for freaking 40 years. We know better, okay? We know better.
I mean, when you have when you have sheriff's deputies jumping out of the bushes on you,
yes,
yeah, you know,
yeah.
When you have government agents not only having files on you, but also trying to, yeah, brother, how can I join your organization?
The reason why I bring
it, look, understand something. As black men, the reason why black men don't like being black is because we are demonized. That's why I've had the moniker embrace villainy, because we're seen as the devil. We're seen as the devil in America. Everything is blamed
by
on
our
us.
own women. We're seen as the
The reason why I bring that up.
Let me take the floor, sir.
The reason why I bring that up is
you hit me. All right. Let me take the floor.
Because my stuff is okay.
In fact, I'm getting
relax. We got you. We're gonna give you a turn. Relax. Understand, man.
It wasn't a good show.
I understand. He all right. Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
I ain't got
I
no
know.
problem.
He's all right. Yeah.
Good dude. Here, look. We are demonized. You learned this at 8 years old, that you pretty much have no value. All right. That's the way the American culture, the American education system, that's the way it's programmed to you. All you watch is TV. Who just dropped? Oh, it was what's the name again? That's the way you see it on TV, newspaper, print media, everywhere. The news, all of this stuff. You are taught that you have no value. Look at the little 13-year-old boy with the cancer surgeries. Okay, he was out there in his little cop costume, and who was making fun of him? Black women. Okay. The black girl that got Batanya Harding, who is crying crocodile tears, who is getting all the media coverage? The black girl, the one who the assailant. And then you got the NAACP, a black man, sitting here calling her, pretty much trying to say she's the victim of the assault that she committed. I mean, you have to understand that it's not just black women that are browbeating us ever since we were kids. It's also black males, not men, but black males, just like black females. Now, can you create a black family with non-black American women? Yes, but they have to. But I mean, there are black people all over the globe. We're what 90% of the world's population, maybe 80. I mean,
not that much.
Well, I mean, you go to South America, it's majority black.
Nah, the Asians are actually the biggest majority group on the planet.
That's fine. I mean, black people say we're the Asiatic black man. I don't really want to. Right.
It depends how you want to slice it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like call me Skrilla. Like black men need to accept being hated. Right. You need to accept being hated. And the reason why I say that is because then it'll get you out of ass kiss mode. You'll stop looking to be accepted, not just by Europeans, but also by your own people. Carve your own lane. The people who are like-minded, who agree with you, who like your company, etc., they will show themselves. They'll show themselves. They'll gravitate towards you. And that's who you build with. That's how you build communities, with like-minded people. This is why we have so many different religions in this world. Okay? Some people might say, well, if the stick bends to the left, then that means that God loves me. Well, I say if it bends to the right, God loves me. So now you've got a split. You know, why you think you got, was it Catholics and Christians and all the sorts? Everybody has an offshoot. So once you learn to love yourself and just say, fuck the noise of anybody else, I'm telling you, your life will be so much better. It'll be greater. You'll do great things. Don't worry.
I agree with all of that.
Right. I mean, my whole thing is, I'm almost finished. My whole thing is, as far as like the whole female thing, I never really tried to dive into that because I didn't give a shit. Like, I've had my fair share. I'm cool. Y'all, I say this generally. I say, hold on, I'm almost finished. Y'all can argue about that stuff. If y'all notice, I dipped out of that. Did I not, BGS?
Yeah, you did.
I dipped. I created my own lane. Okay. And now here we all are, come full circle, 4 hours and 33 minutes into it, having a political discussion, and now we're in free fall and nobody's arguing. All right, I'm done. Go.
The reason why I bring that up, as far as the black women don't want to be black, the concept basically comes from black men are a manifestation of their blackness in their mind. So a lot of stuff that they do to black men, a lot of this hatred and vitriol they have towards black men, and they try to act like is deserved because apparently we've all, assaulted them in some way, or for it's either what we've done to them or not done for them. And we're all guilty of that. What that all common denominator comes back to is, especially when the fact that they get white women and white men off the hook, the blackness is the common denominator. So basically, they do this because they're really trying to attack and destroy their own blackness. Black men are a manifestation of that, which is why black men are constantly attacked. And you can literally draw a parallel between how much women, I've even heard women say this, how much women hate themselves to how vitriol they have towards black men. We know some black women have grievances against certain black men. We understand that. But this like overall thing, that's where that comes from. And black men do not do that to black women in the same way. The black men, I'm not saying you never said they did, but I'm just making that clear. Black men do not take all the stuff that y'all said, the stuff BGS said, the stuff you said as far as the legit reasons why they might not like being black, and they don't transfer that into the women like the women transfer that to the men as it's our fault that they're black. That's kind of, just to be clear, that's where that comes from. As far as the conversation, and I'll leave it, the conversation, again, I get it, but I'm going to say the same thing I said before. There is basically, if people say that I refuse to talk about, I'm not saying you have to talk, you talk about what you want to talk about. That's not what this is. But when people try to make it sound like the woman argument is like some kind of, well, let's just not have that conversation, that's really, we're not fixing the issue at the community level. Now, what you're talking about is at the individual level, you're absolutely right. But at the community level, the macro level, that requires more. And that's why I don't focus really on what the women are doing as much as I focus on the men needing to do what's in their best interest. And even BGS said it even on his platform. I forget who it was, but they were talking about, well, what about the women? Like the stuff you said, Bay, you just said that whole speech, it was BGS said something similar. And then it was a couple of people, and these are smart people. They was like, well, what about the women though? I'm like, what are you talking about? What about the women? That's the problem we're trying to solve. So we're on the same team as far as getting black men to do what's in their own best interest. And you know, you can obviously focus on politics, and I'll focus on basically letting these niggas know in the way that I do. But that's the issue.
That's why I said that statement earlier about we need a young black conservatives movement because we need a counter to feminism.
Well, the reason
black women's number one problem is feminism.
Create it then.
The reason.
No, hold on here. You create it, okay? You create it.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you, dude, the reason, and it's already.
We need, but thing is, you have the same access.
And let me answer the reason you technically have it to a certain extent, but the reason you don't have it in the bold way that I guess you want it to be in, because that's really what it is. People want it big and bold and everywhere, so it's undeniable.
I tell you why, because you don't read enough and study enough. Okay.
Well, that too. Well, that may be, but my part of it is
you want somebody else.
You have a gynocracy problem. Black men being assertive and being conservative goes directly against the black gynocracy, and a lot of black men can't let that bitch go. I mean, that's really what it comes back to. They don't want black women. This is where, again, Bay was talking about not caring what people think in and out of your community, embrace villainy. I'm repeating it to let you know I hear what you're saying, and I'm not just listening.
You know where black male political independence actually started? With Dr. Neil in the Black Manosphere on YouTube, okay? In 2020. That's where it started.
Yeah, but they want it. I get it. I mean, people want everything big and bold and undeniable, and I can understand that.
Where else did it start? It didn't start outside. It started here first. That's why he got in trouble at Wake Forest because of that. Okay, it started here first. We're actually ahead of the curve.
Yeah, well, the thing is, BGS, is a lot of people want stuff big and bold and undeniable, and if it's not that, it like doesn't count. And as it being there, because again, Swaggy just came up here talking about what is the shift to right about. So clearly he's feeling some disturbance in the force.
I explained to him what his perceived shift in the right was. He didn't accept it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that he clearly saw a shift, which shows it's there. So
he saw a shift from a Democrat to a Republican. He didn't understand it.
And honestly, man, you college students need to do better because ChatGPT is out here. It's not hard to get this information. You could ask ChatGPT these questions; they'll provide you some better answers. But my thing, though, dude, is your issue. The thing is with the conservative movement, that gynocracy is omnipresent, and black men are gonna have to, understand what that is because you can even be a passport bro and leave. I call it DICE. Dick investigations and customs enforcement. And you don't believe me that exists? There's passport bros. Yes. What? It's not new, babe. You've been gone, but I've got my acronym.
I've been gone.
BGS. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Did they not tell you that black immigrant women are being paid to talk shit about black men?
I told you that because I had 4 guys tell me that.
Yeah, and we've already chronicled black women going to Colombia. Now they're getting their ass beat, by the way. Going to Colombia, going to these places, following like Thailand. Fuck, black women need to be in Thailand for. This has been, and I've seen it outside of this space, by the way. Like, out like that. So my point is, even if you leave, so let's say we agree 100% what Bay's talking about. You agree with it, dude. Cool. And the women, after women, I'm leaving the country. They will still come and try to get you on some slave catcher if you don't have your eye out. That is how far that reaches. So when you're in these cities, the point is black men, I'm not saying black men need to do what I say. What I am saying, though, is black men need to recognize the why these things don't exist because you can't counteract something if you don't recognize the why.
Is he's anti-Trump. That's all he knows.
Well, no, that's Swaggy. This dude is different.
Okay. Well,
yeah. This dude is talking about why we don't have a conservative movement. Unless
you had one since Eisenhower. Okay.
Yeah, like a black, and the thing is, another issue you have is aggregation. Because truth be told, people can say what they want about O'Shea, BGS. Mm-hmm. O'Shea, that Negro Manosphere was good, and O'Shea was legit paying people. It's just he didn't get the appreciation for that, and obviously Dr. Neil as well. People need to get behind these people that are doing a thing, whether it's Dr. T. Hassan, Dr. Neil, whoever's in your best interest, get behind them. And I think a lot of dudes talk about what we need and they don't do enough support. And I'm not necessarily saying with money, it could be with a lot of things. But it's getting there. Black men are waking up and they're being more bold. But what we need to understand is black women will die before they let your ass go. That is how serious that is. They will. What's that chick in Vogue? They will go homeless. They are insane. Not all of them, but you know what I'm saying.
A political agnostic movement about policy, not conservative or liberal.
Yeah. For instance, Doge going after child support, which is, happening. That's a great thing for black men. Seeing what this money's being spent on, opening that stuff. That's why people be like, I don't understand why BGS can say he don't like Trump, but he likes dudes, or he don't like much, because it's what things that they're doing. You cannot like somebody and be cool with something they're doing. That's not a mutually.
I've explained myself very well. I don't know why people are even asking.
It's a feeling. I'm just saying, so my point is, the thing is, though, dude, is at the end of the day, my short answer with you is why you don't have, it's not as bold as it is because of the gynocracy. Because you notice that Democratic shilling has not been called out up until recently. Like, the Democrats had the bold-faced lie, massively, in order for that to be called out.
Black conservatives have to start being real conservatives and not shills for Republicans.
That's true. And that's why I'm still a registered Democrat. So, but I'm more of a conservative Democrat.
Too many clowns like Candace Owens and all that dumb shit.
You have a voice. Where's yours?
I don't have one.
Yeah, Jason Black.
Hold on. The thing is, you're saying what you should have. You have access to all this shit. How come you're not doing it?
I support the people that's out here.
No, I'm not. That's what I'm saying.
No, I just answered your question. I told you I don't have a voice. I just don't have one.
I said, how come you don't?
I just don't have one.
You should.
You don't want one. You don't want to put yourself out there.
You don't want one. Exactly.
Well, it's not so much as that. It's like, I don't think we need 1,000 different YouTube channels. I try to support the people that I'm on the same page with.
No, there's certain people
that I'm here with y'all. That's why I'm here with Bay.
Hold on. ABM.
Right.
Look, you don't really have to be online or anything like that. But when I'm out in the streets and I see a young brother or a black man, whatever, even with black women, if I see something that catches my eye or something like that, or I see that they down, I'll say something to them that I hope uplift their spirits. Like, oh man, damn man, them shoes look tight, bro. Hey man, oh nice hat, or nice dress, or man, that suit is look good. And they, most people for the most part, they respond, oh thank you. Like, oh, all right, they fist bump, all that stuff. Because I am, despite the way I come across here online, I am a cheerful person. I'm a cheerful person. I'm a people person. I mean, I don't come across as one, but I really am out in the streets. It might get me killed one day, but that's fine. But things like that, you don't need.
They come across that loitering motherfuckers.
I'm the old unk that you be like, hey, what's up? Watch out there, young fella. I'm that guy.
Ed can tell you, I despise local or domestic politics. I despise it with a passion.
I'm gonna tell you a secret, man. He just does.
I hate domestic politics with the past. You know that, right, Ed?
Yeah.
Fellas, let me politics. Let me finish ABM. So, just something small like that, ABM. Something small like that, that's enough to brighten somebody's day.
I do that already. I think most of us do. My thing is with our people is we only respect name brand. You know how he is with name brand. Like, for example, Tariq Nasheed, right?
Okay.
And I'm not hating on the brother. I like Tariq.
Okay.
But to me, he missed the mark because he too comical for me.
Okay.
In a certain degree. Like, he'll be spin some shit. But where he missed the mark with me is when it's really time to hammer home some shit. He don't really hammer it home because he don't want to offend his supporters.
Well, guess who has to step up?
But that's where, but he's name brand.
Guess who has to
niggas that ain't name brand like Charles or Bay or certain other, you know what I mean, in this circle and shit. they won't get the same support. Tariq can get niggas to raise $1 million for his museum.
We get
Other
way
people can't do that.
Everybody don't know who
Wait. How do you know, man? How do you know?
Yeah, because influence.
Wait. How do you know?
How do I know what?
What kind of support we actually get? How do you know?
It's too much time to talk. Look, I put it to you like this. There are some YouTubers that pro-black YouTube all-stars that I used to, listen to or whatnot. I dropped them because it became, you saw that it became a business for them more so than it became about the reality of the situation.
Well, let's prove it. Do you know Kevin Samuels?
I had to let them go. But the whole thing is that, it's okay not to like certain people because their message is not resonating with you. That's okay.
How big is Passport Bros, sir?
Shoot, who knows?
Huge, right? Huge, right?
I guess. I would say the talk about it is huge.
The Passport Bros is a huge movement by white, Asians, and black people, right?
King Sigma started that
in 2018.
ABM, you know Kevin Samuels, right?
Yeah.
Do you know where he came from?
No.
You don't know where he came from.
You're looking at him. You're listening to him.
Like literally these same conversations, and we can prove it. We have the Google Hangouts. We have before Kevin, like Kevin was probably at like 40,000 when he first came to the space. So he wasn't, and then but Kevin, like literally, like do you hold on? Do you remember that thing that Kevin used to say with sign language? Women are going to do sign language,
right? Shame, insults, guilt.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You heard of it? Guess where it came from?
Where it came from? You?
Yes.
Kevin did add the I.
Yeah.
But it was still called sign language.
In fact, I have the short on my channel where we actually came up with it together. Okay. We put the I in the sign language.
Like real talk, I'm not saying technically Kevin has shouted me out about twice on his show. And this is way before I even had 10,000. The thing is, we can, and I'm telling you, we can show you the Google Hangouts, Charles, all of them. I remember where it was BGS and Kevin versus me, Charles, and Angry Man. And Angry Man was his own person before, but he was obviously in the space too. Arguing with BGS about Cynthia G and her symmetrical face, talk about she's attractive. My point is, we can go years like in 16, 17, 18 before Kevin blew up. In fact, do you know that Kevin's mission, even when it comes to like pushing the way he pushed to talk to women in the way that he did, came from
BGS for women? Like
literally, and so we're not trying to take credit, but like for the influence, but like a lot of the little isms that you hear from Kevin, and Kevin had his own stuff, a lot of that came from these and I get what you're saying, and I know you're not trying to insult. I get that. Name brand channels, and the point of telling you this is, influence can be leveraged, and so the stuff that everybody knows now that doesn't exist without Kevin, hitting lightning in a bottle and pushing it up to the level it exists. But it also doesn't exist if he wasn't over here, because Kevin was talking about he was talking, and I supported Kevin before, but Kevin about clothes. He was talking about men, he was doing kind of father channel, business channel, corporate channel, getting stuff together as far as being a better person and that stuff. The women thing didn't come until he came here.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I forget the dude that's like his counterpart, but yeah.
He found his niche. I'll give him that. He definitely found his niche. He had
and he's not the only.
He had the suit.
Yeah, he's not the only one. And like Anthony Brian Logan.
Yeah, Andrew, he came through it too. Anthony Brian Logan, yeah, he did.
Because the
dude died of a heart attack. Smoking. Who was coughing?
That was me. It was me. My old man cough.
I mean, my subs actually finding receipts going from Kevin. Okay, going all the way back.
Shout out to my man, Angry Black Man, one of my local yokels, fellow Baltimorean, and I'm gonna tell you, and that's why I shout out a lot of people. Kevin has, shouted me out. So has Bay, so has BGS. Hell, even Angry Man. Do I get the support that some people get? No, because I'm shadow banned.
Yeah, we're
And
shadow
and I understand that. Why am I shadow banned? Because one, we talk about controversial shit, and two, I'm around you fucking insufferable niggas. So that's why you unsavory motherfuckers. That's why. And I choose to be around you unsavory motherfuckers, like my fellow Baltimorean would say. And the fucked up part about it is, yes, Ed should be at 20,000. BGS should be at 100. Dr. T should have 200. Bay should be.
I
That's
said my
why I
original
felt,
channel back. That's what I should.
you know, there. Shout out to Lewis for saying this shit. There's a lot of motherfuckers in this space who brought this space to form, and not just Kevin. And Kevin would say that if he was still living. Hell, he said it when he was.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit that Kevin got from you, me, and other people,
Yeah.
and shouted us out for it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, hell, even BGS said, I hated the fact that you said black men are the garbage men of the dating world. I was public enemy number one for 2 whole weeks till niggas had to virtually shake my hand and was like, nigga, you never lied.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's funny because I'm a big proponent of saying, give people their flowers while they're still above ground. Because there's not one part. As funny and great as I can be some days and some lame others, I'm only a cog in the machine. Do I wish that I could get 20,000? Yeah, I wish I could. If motherfuckers actually subscribed and got me there and paid enough,
Where are
this
you
is
now,
the reason why. Huh?
Where are you?
About 6.6.
Okay, you're doing, yeah, you're doing all right.
Yeah, we doing all right. You know,
Yeah, it's
shout
not
out
like
to
you broadcast every day.
you know, if I did, would it make a difference? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? But you know, like I told a certain somebody when they said I'm underachieving, I said, dude, it took Mr. Z and BGS to point out I had 800 live subscribers when I only had 1,000. When I said my salute to Kevin Samuels, I'm an overachiever. See, if you notice about this side of the sector, we overachieve. Everything we said, we backed it up with evidence. And I hate to tell you we told you so, but we told you so.
Yeah.
Every time we, and there's so many black men that actually got it.
Enough glory, Jason Black and Fresh Truth and the Freak don't know shit about politics. Not shit. Okay? Not shit. I'm gonna say that. Not one goddamn iota.
Because Jason Black placates to women, dude.
Yeah, not
He
shit.
placates to a lot of black women. And guess what black women vote for unanimously, almost?
Every
Democratic Party.
Everything for the last 2 years that came down in politics we caused in this sector. Every last tittle, okay?
Oh, I remember when he didn't believe that they defunded the police.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you kidding me?
They tried. Yeah.
They tried. In some areas they did. But then you know what backed it up? When they found out they didn't have enough police to fucking fight.
Yeah, that's why the defund police thing actually failed. It's actually
It was a failure.
White females that tried that shit. Okay, it's a failure.
And guess what? They weren't going to get out there to police your neighborhoods. They're scared of you.
Yeah.
So all right, so let's, because it's getting late. So
I didn't know the scarecrow from the Wizard of Oz was there.
I don't even want to talk about him, man. He's a hoe for hire. That's what he is. Go ahead.
So wait, did he leave?
Who?
Ed, you still? Oh, he left. Okay. All right. All right. We'll start. ABM. You're on the clock. 2 minutes. Closing statement, sir.
I think the only thing that's gonna save the black community is old-fashioned black conservatism, real conservatism, not cornball, white Republican ass licking like a lot of these other people with the big channels. They get paid to say disparaging things about black people, but real, true to life, genuine conservatism, black people that actually still give a fuck about other black people, that don't want to be anything other than black. That's what's going to save us. Family is the foundation of the neighborhood. We need families to have neighborhoods, to have communities, and ultimately a nation. All of this weirdo liberal shit has to go. And I think moving forward, we're going to have to, my favorite term is excommunicate. We're going to have to start excommunicating people that want to hold on to this weird liberal shit. All these people that want to be Democrats first, black is a distant second. We're going to have to get rid of these people. And come back to the old school values of our grandparents and our great grandparents. And I land right there.
I'm gonna tell you what, ABM.
Charles,
you know how,
closing statement, sir.
oh, goddamn right.
Okay.
You got to get up in the morning. Shout out to ABM, one of my true Baltimoreans and one of my A1 Day One supporters, both monetarily and vocally. And he'll tell you. Let's take Baltimore, for instance, and BGS would have told you. There ain't no fucking way a Baltimore child should be doing so poorly in school when you get some of the most money in the nation. A lot of what you see now, if we don't fix this shit and right the ship, this is like I told a friend of mine who's an E8 in the military. If we don't fix what the fuck we need to fix with military standards, manhood, especially black manhood, getting these young men not only in trades, but also higher institutions of learning in college and degreed up, they're going to be paying for the sins that we caused. They're going to be paying for the sins that our forefathers fought. Look, you may not like everything I say, but it doesn't make it less true. Either you stand for together or you're going to fall separately. Woo! I'm out.
All right. BGS, 2 minutes, sir.
Okay. The thing is, the only thing that's going to actually fix this is people that actually understand how the process works, okay? Y'all Negroes don't read, don't study, and try to say, this one thing will actually fix the goddamn thing. The thing was working from the very beginning, right? You have to understand the whole process, not just a little piece of it. Okay, America's going to slide down. It's already sliding down. It's actually going to slide faster, right? How do you fix the boat? How do you fix the boat? Instead of worrying about this little bitty, tiny segment, you got to fix the whole boat. That's what people don't understand. That's why I don't like doing domestic politics, right? Because of this. Oh, the black community, the black women, don't want to hear that shit, okay? You got to understand the whole process. People don't actually want to study. This is why I'm getting tired of it. Anyhow, that's all I got.
All right. Lewis, are you still with us, sir? Mr. Vacation Man?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Closing statement, sir. Why are you so quiet tonight?
Be good to others first and foremost. Be good to yourself first. Enjoy the ride.
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
I guess it's all on me then. Look, man, all I can say is stop worrying about who's a racist and who's not. Stop letting people who are beneath you trigger you. You have bigger fish to fry. We are now at a point in time where money is what matters. The only color you should be worrying about is green. Put the chicks aside, put the silliness aside. All right? Get yourself together. I mean, I'm not discounting anything that anybody else said because it all comes together. We're all under the same umbrella. But you need to get yourself together because if you don't, I mean, this is sink or swim time. The jobs are coming, but that doesn't mean that you relax. All right? Because they may not be coming to your area. And then what are you going to do? Because Big Mama may lose her Section 8. A lot of people are not taking Section 8. They're rejecting it. They're about to start cutting off people from welfare that are of working age, that are healthy. It looks like they're finally going to do what I said that they should have been doing for years, which is to revamp it to where if it should only be for the sick, that's physically and mentally, and the elderly. That's where it looks like it's going. All right. So I'd advise you, especially those of you who live off of females, to get your stuff together. All right. So with that, we are out of here.
Okay, I believe that is an L. It is, in fact, an L. It was 6 hours ago. I couldn't even read a stop sign. All right, test me again. I want to go smaller. Smaller. All right.
Great work, Rob. Great work. See if you can read this. You're fired. And in case your ears are fucked, get the fuck out! And the next person I see juggling, tap dancing, or baton twirling, or doing any other circus-like tricks will join him, all right? One strike policy applies. Now get back to work. God damn, that felt good.